Tonight, we gather by the fire, to journey back through time, to the quiet halls where knowledge was first gathered, and preserved, with patient hands. Welcome to the fireside. Let your body settle deeper into the surface beneath you. Feel the weight of your arms, your legs, your back, all supported, without effort. The fire before you, in your imagination, glows softly, casting gentle amber light across walls, or stones, or the spines of imagined books. Let your breath fall into rhythm with the flames. In and out. Slow. Steady. Tonight's journey takes us to ancient Egypt, to a city by the sea, where scholars once walked marble corridors, carrying scrolls, whispering questions, seeking answers. This is the story of the Library of Alexandria and the texts of forgotten worlds. We begin with 100 soothing facts. Tonight, we will explore the first 10, slowly, gently, like turning the pages of a very old book, by candlelight. There is no hurry. Only the quiet pleasure of learning something, while drifting toward rest. Let us begin. The first fact. The Library of Alexandria was founded around 300 BC in Egypt. During the reign of Ptolemy I, called Soter, which means savior. Picture this moment, if you will. A new city rising by the Mediterranean Sea. White stone buildings gleaming in the sun. Palm trees swaying in the coastal breeze. And at the heart of it all, a vision. To gather every piece of written knowledge in the known world under one roof. Ptolemy, the general who had served Alexander the Great, wanted his city to become the center of learning. He believed that wisdom was as valuable as gold. And so, the library was born. Imagine the workers laying the foundation stones. The architects drawing plans for reading rooms and storage halls. The first shelves being built from cedar, smooth and fragrant. And then, slowly, the scrolls began to arrive. From Greece, from Persia, from Babylon, from every corner of the ancient world. Carried by ship or caravan, or the hands of traveling scholars. Each one a treasure. Let that image rest in your mind. A library built not for power, but for understanding. Breathe in and out, and let us continue. The second fact. At its height, the Library of Alexandria held between 40,000 and 400,000 papyrus scrolls. Some historians believe the number may have reached 700,000. Close your eyes for a moment and try to imagine that many scrolls. Each one rolled carefully, tied with a cord. Each one containing poems, histories, mathematics, medicine, philosophy. If you stood in the center of one of those great halls and turned slowly in a circle, you would see shelf after shelf rising to the ceiling. Scrolls stacked in careful rows. Labeled, cataloged, cared for, The smell of papyrus, faint and earthy, mixed with the scent of oil lamps. The sound of sandals on stone floors. The rustle of a scroll being unrolled. A scholar leaning close, reading aloud in a quiet murmur. All around you, the hum of human curiosity. The patient work of preserving what others had written, so that future generations could learn. Think of the weight of all that knowledge. Not heavy in a burdensome way, but solid and comforting. Like knowing that someone long ago cared enough to write it down, and someone else cared enough to keep it safe. Breathe. Let that feeling of care settle into your own chest. And we move on. The third fact. Above the library shelves was inscribed a phrase. The place of the cure of the soul. Let those words rest on your tongue for a moment. The place of the cure of the soul. The ancient Egyptians and Greeks believed that reading, thinking, learning were not just activities for the mind, but medicine for the spirit. When your thoughts are troubled, when your heart feels heavy, when the world seems too loud or too sharp, a book, a story, a quiet fact can bring a kind of peace. Imagine walking into that library after a long day under the hot Egyptian sun, your feet tired from the dusty streets, your mind buzzing with worries. You step inside. The air is cooler, the light softer. You find a quiet corner. You unroll a scroll, and as your eyes move over the words, something shifts. The noise in your head grows quieter. The tightness in your chest loosens. You are no longer alone with your thoughts. You are in conversation with someone who lived 200 years ago or 500. And they are saying, I have wondered about this too. I have felt this too. Let me show you what I learned. The cure of the soul. Not a quick fix, but a slow, gentle healing. That comes from knowing you are part of a long, human story. Breathe in that comfort. Breathe out anything that no longer serves you. And let us continue. The fourth fact. A single piece of writing often occupied multiple scrolls, requiring careful cataloging. In those days, there were no books as we know them. No bound pages, no covers, no spines to line up neatly on a shelf. Instead, each work was written on long strips of papyrus, rolled up like a scroll of parchment or a map. If a text was long, it might take 5 scrolls, or 10, or 20, to hold the entire work. Imagine wanting to read the complete works of a poet. You would need to find each scroll in order. Scroll 1, Scroll 2, Scroll 3. The librarians of Alexandria understood this challenge. They created systems. Each scroll had a small tag attached to its end, listing the title, the author, the subject, and which part of the work it contained. If you wanted to read the Iliad by Homer, you would go to the section for epic poetry and find the first scroll of many. You would unroll it slowly, with care. Read it, then roll it back up, and reach for the next one. This required patience, attention, respect for the fragility of the materials, and for the order that kept everything findable. The librarians were not just caretakers. They were guides, helping scholars navigate the vast sea of knowledge. Tonight, as you lie here, think of your own thoughts as scrolls. Some long, some short. Some you have visited many times. Others you have not opened in years. You do not need to read them all tonight. You can simply let them rest on their shelves, knowing they are there, cataloged, cared for, ready when you need them. But for now, you can close the library of your mind and rest, breathe, and we continue. The fifth fact: King Ptolemy II set a goal of collecting 500,000 scrolls for the library. 500,000. Try to picture that number, not as a cold statistic, but as the work of thousands of hands. Scribes sitting at wooden tables, dipping reed pens into pots of black ink, copying letter by letter, word by word, line by line. A single scroll might take a full day to copy, or longer, if the text was complex, or the scribe was tired, their hand cramping, their eyes straining in the lamplight. But still they continued, because someone had decided that this knowledge was worth preserving. Ptolemy's goal was ambitious. Some called it impossible. But he believed that if you gathered enough knowledge in one place, you could change the world. You could make better decisions. You could cure diseases. You could build stronger structures. You could write more beautiful poetry. You could understand the stars, the earth, the human heart. And so, the work continued. Ships arriving at Alexandria's harbor were searched. If they carried scrolls, those scrolls were confiscated temporarily, copied by the library's scribes. And the originals, or sometimes the copies, were returned to their owners. It was a kind of knowledge tax, a way of ensuring that nothing valuable slipped away. Some saw it as theft, others as visionary. But the result was the same. The library grew and grew until it became the largest collection of written works the world had ever seen. Tonight, you do not need to collect anything. You do not need to achieve any grand goals. You only need to breathe, to rest. To know that others, long ago, worked hard so that you could one day lie down safely with a mind full of stories and facts and quiet wonders. Breathe in, breathe out, and let us move on. The sixth fact. The library included Greek columns, reading rooms, dining areas, gardens, and lecture halls. Like an ancient university campus. Close your eyes and walk with me through this place. You enter through tall doors. The threshold is cool stone beneath your sandals. You step inside, and the noise of the street fades behind you. Ahead, a long corridor lined with columns. Smooth, white marble carved with delicate patterns. Fluted, like the trunks of tall trees. Sunlight filters through high windows, painting soft rectangles on the floor. You walk slowly, your footsteps echoing gently. To your left, a reading room. Scholars sit at low tables, bent over scrolls. Some make notes on wax tablets. Others simply read, lips moving silently. The room is quiet, but not empty. There is a sense of shared focus, of minds all turned toward understanding. You continue. To your right, a garden. Small, enclosed by walls. A fountain trickles softly in the center. Benches, carved from stone, sit in the shade of olive trees. A few people rest there, between studies, talking quietly or simply gazing at the water. The air smells of jasmine and warm stone. Farther along, you pass a dining area. Simple, but gracious. Tables set with bread, olives, cheese, figs. Scholars eat together, discussing ideas, debating gently. Laughter drifts out into the corridor. And finally, a lecture hall. Rows of benches facing a raised platform. A teacher stands there, speaking, gesturing. Students listen, some taking notes, others simply absorbing. This was not just a storage house for scrolls. It was a living place where people gathered to think, to question, to grow. Tonight, imagine your own mind as such a place. Not cluttered or chaotic, but organized, beautiful, peaceful. With room for rest, for thought, for quiet conversation with yourself. Breathe in the jasmine. Breathe out the dust of the day. And we continue. The seventh fact. Librarian Callimachus created the Pinox, a 120-scroll catalog organizing works by subject. Natural history, law, medicine, mathematics. Callimachus was a poet and a scholar, but his greatest gift to the world was order. Before his catalog, finding a specific scroll in the vast library was nearly impossible. You might know that a certain philosopher had written about the nature of water. But which scroll? In which hall? On which shelf? Callimachus changed that. He divided knowledge into categories. Then, he listed every scroll under its proper category, with the author's name, the title, the opening line, and a brief summary. It took years. Scroll after scroll, examined, recorded, organized. He did not do it for glory. He did it so that others could find what they needed. Quickly. Easily. Think of him sitting at a desk late into the night. A lamp burning beside him. His hand moving steadily across papyrus. Recording one more title, one more author. Knowing that someday someone would be grateful for this small act of care. In your own life, you may feel that things are scattered. Thoughts, tasks, memories, worries, all mixed together. But tonight, you do not need to organize anything. You only need to know that order is possible. That someone long ago proved it can be done. And that knowledge can bring a kind of calm. Breathe. Rest. And we move forward. The eighth fact. Each scroll had a small tag attached, listing its title, author, and subject. Imagine holding one. The papyrus, rough under your fingertips. The cord, slightly scratchy as you untie it. The tag, a small piece of parchment or thin wood dangling from one end. Written in neat, careful script. You read it. The Works of Heraclitus. Part 3. Philosophy. You know immediately what you are about to read. You know where it belongs when you are finished. You know it is cared for. This small detail, the tag, seems simple, but it represents something profound. The belief that every piece of knowledge deserves to be identified, to be known, to be findable, not lost in the chaos, not forgotten, but held gently with intention. Tonight, imagine that your own thoughts and memories have tags too. Each one labeled. Each one in its place. You do not need to read them all. You do not need to sort through them. They are simply there. Organized by something wiser than your conscious mind. Ready when you need them. But quiet for now. Breathe in order. Breathe out chaos. And let us continue. The ninth fact. The library was part of a larger research institute called the Alexandrian Museum. The word museum comes from the Greek museion, which means a place sacred to the muses. The muses were goddesses of inspiration, of poetry, music, dance, history, astronomy. To build a museion was to create a temple, not to a single god, but to the spirit of curiosity itself. The Alexandrian Museum included laboratories for experiments, rooms for dissecting plants and animals to understand their structures, observatories for watching the stars, workshops for building instruments. It was a place where theory met practice, where questions led to discoveries. Scholars lived there for months or years, supported by the king, free to study without distraction. They ate together, walked the gardens together, argued, laughed, wondered together. It was a community built around the love of learning. Imagine what it would feel like to live in such a place. To wake each morning knowing that your only task was to think, to read, to write, to discover. No bills to pay, no urgent demands, only the slow, patient work of understanding. Tonight, give yourself a small taste of that freedom. You do not need to solve anything. You do not need to produce anything. You can simply be here by the fire in your mind, resting in the temple of your own quiet thoughts. Breathe, and we continue. The 10th fact. Scholars from across the Mediterranean traveled to Alexandria to study its collection. Picture them arriving by ship. The harbor busy with vessels from Greece, from Rome, from Phoenicia, from Judea. A young scholar standing at the rail as the city comes into view. White buildings rising against the blue sky. The great lighthouse standing tall, its beacon visible even in daylight. They disembark, sandals touching Egyptian soil for the first time. Their heart beating a little faster. Not from fear, but from anticipation. They have heard stories of this library, of the scrolls, of the debates, of the knowledge waiting to be discovered. They carry letters of introduction from their own teachers back home. They find lodging in a modest inn or in the museum itself, if they are fortunate. And the next morning, they walk through those tall doors into the library. For some, it is the greatest moment of their lives. They will spend months here, or years, copying texts that do not exist in their homeland, learning from scholars they have only heard of in legends. And when they finally return home, they carry with them not just knowledge, but a memory of a place where the whole world came together to learn, to share, to grow. Tonight, you too are a traveler. You have journeyed in your mind to this library. You have walked its halls, seen its scrolls, felt its peace. And now, as the fire burns low and your body grows heavy, you can carry that feeling with you into sleep. The knowledge that once, long ago, people believed that wisdom was worth traveling for, worth preserving, worth sharing. And that belief still lives in every library, in every book, in every quiet moment of learning. You are part of that long tradition. And tonight, you rest in its glow. Breathe in gratitude. Breathe out the day. And let yourself drift gently, slowly, into sleep. The 11th fact. The library employed hundreds of scribes who copied, organized, and preserved manuscripts. Imagine a large room filled with long wooden tables, benches on either side, and at each place a scribe sits quietly working. Before them, an original scroll, carefully unrolled, held flat with smooth stones at each end. Beside it, a blank sheet of papyrus, waiting to be filled. A pot of ink, black and thick, made from soot and gum. A reed pen, cut at an angle, sharpened to a fine point. The scribe dips the pen into the ink, taps it gently against the rim to remove excess. Then, slowly, carefully, begins to write. One letter at a time, matching the shape of each character in the original. Not too fast, or the ink will smudge. Not too slow, or the hand will cramp. Just steady. Breath and letter. Breath and letter. The room is quiet, except for the scratch of pens on papyrus. The occasional rustle of someone shifting in their seat. A soft cough. The distant sound of footsteps in the corridor outside. Hours pass this way. The light from the windows shifts across the floor. Some scribes finish one scroll and begin another. Others still labor over the same text they started at dawn. Copying is not glamorous work. It requires patience, focus, a kind of devotion to accuracy. Because if a word is copied wrong, that error will be passed down to future generations. The scribes know this. They take pride in their precision. When they finish a scroll, they roll it carefully, tie it with cord, attach a tag, and place it gently on a growing stack of completed work. At the end of the day, their hands ache. Their eyes are tired. But they have given the world something precious. A copy that will outlive them. That will be read by people they will never meet, in places they will never see. Tonight, think of your own breath as a kind of copying. In and out. In and out. Each breath the same, yet slightly different. Each one necessary. Each one part of the larger rhythm that keeps you alive. You do not need to think about it. You do not need to control it. It simply continues. Like the work of the scribes, patient, steady, faithful. Breathe, and let us continue. The 12th fact. Works by Homer, Sophocles, and other Greek poets filled the shelves. These names may feel distant to you, separated by thousands of years. But once, they were simply people, sitting somewhere with a blank surface and a tool for writing, trying to capture, in words, what it felt like to be human. Homer told stories of heroes and journeys, of a man trying to get home after a long war, of the obstacles he faced, the temptations, the losses, and the slow, patient work of returning to what mattered most. Sophocles wrote of choices and consequences, of people trapped between duty and desire, of the ways we hurt each other without meaning to, and the ways we learn to forgive. These poets understood something that is still true today: that life is hard, that we all struggle, that we all long for home, for peace, for understanding. Their words, written on papyrus, traveled across the sea to Alexandria, where they were copied and stored and read by strangers who found in them echoes of their own hearts. Tonight, you do not need to read ancient poetry, but you can feel what those poets were reaching for: the desire to make sense of things, to find beauty even in difficulty, to know that you are not alone. Let that feeling wash over you now, as you lie here by the fire. You are part of the same human story that Homer and Sophocles told. The same questions, the same hopes, the same longings stretch across time and connect you to everyone who has ever lived. You are not separate. You are held in a story much older and much larger than yourself. Breathe that in. Let it comfort you. And we move on. The 13th fact: Egyptian, Persian, and Babylonian texts were also housed there, making it truly multicultural. The Library of Alexandria did not belong to one people. It belonged to the world. Scrolls written in Egyptian hieroglyphs sat beside scrolls in Greek. Texts in Aramaic, in Hebrew, and Sanskrit were carefully preserved. Translators worked to make knowledge accessible across languages. A Persian medical text on the treatment of fevers would be translated into Greek, so that Greek physicians could learn from Persian wisdom. A Babylonian star chart mapping the movements of planets would be studied by Egyptian astronomers, who would add their own observations and pass it on. This exchange was not always easy. Languages are tricky. Words do not always translate perfectly. Meanings shift, nuances are lost or added. But the scholars tried, because they believed that knowledge was more important than borders. That truth could be found in many voices. That no single culture had all the answers. Tonight, as you rest here, think of your own mind as a library like this. You carry within you influences from many sources. Things your parents taught you. Things you learned in school. Things you read in books or saw in films. Wisdom from friends, from strangers, from your own experience. All of it mixed together. Not separate. Not in conflict. Just present. Each piece contributing to who you are. You do not need to choose one source over another. You can hold them all gently and let them coexist in peace. breathe, and let us continue. The 14th fact. The library included statues and paintings, transforming it into a cultural center. Imagine walking through those halls again. But this time, notice the walls. Painted frescoes showing scenes from mythology. Gods and goddesses in flowing robes. Heroes battling monsters. Philosophers sitting under trees, surrounded by students. The colors still bright, reds and blues and golds, catching the light from the oil lamps. In alcoves, between shelves, statues stand, carved from marble or cast in bronze. A poet holding a scroll. A scientist gazing at the stars. A young student deep in thought. These were not just decorations. They were reminders that knowledge and beauty are connected. That learning is not cold or mechanical, but alive and human and full of feeling. The scholars who studied there were surrounded by art. It inspired them. It reminded them why their work mattered. Not just to record facts, but to celebrate what it means to be curious, to wonder, to create. Tonight, let your own imagination become a gallery. Picture images that bring you peace. A forest path. A calm ocean. A mountain at sunrise. A face of someone you love. Let these images fill your mind like paintings on a wall. They do not need to do anything. They simply exist. Beautiful. Calming. Present. Breathe in beauty. Breathe out tension. And we continue. The 15th fact. Each scroll had to be carefully handled and stored to prevent damage. Papyrus is fragile. It can tear if pulled too hard. It can crumble if it becomes too dry. It can rot if exposed to moisture. And so, the librarians developed systems of care. Scrolls were kept in wooden or clay containers, cylindrical cases that protected them from dust and light. The storage rooms were kept cool and dry, with small windows high up to let in air, but not direct sunlight. When a scholar requested a scroll, a librarian would retrieve it with gentle hands. Check it for any signs of wear, and remind the scholar. Handle it carefully. Unroll it slowly. Do not eat or drink near it. And when you are finished, roll it back up the way you found it. This care, this attention, was not obsessive. It was loving. The librarians understood that these scrolls were irreplaceable. That if they were lost, the knowledge they held would be lost forever. Tonight, think of your own body as a scroll. Fragile, precious, deserving of care. You have been working hard for a long time. You have carried thoughts, emotions, responsibilities without rest. But tonight, you can place yourself gently in a safe container. this bed, this room, this moment. And let yourself be cared for. By sleep. By stillness. By the simple, patient act of breathing. You do not need to push yourself any further today. You have done enough. Now, you can rest. Breathe. And let us move forward. The 16th fact. Alexandria became known as the capital of knowledge and learning because of the library. Before the library, Alexandria was simply a new city. One of many, founded by Alexander the Great. It had a good harbor, strategic location, wealthy merchants, but it was not yet famous. The library changed that. Within a generation, scholars across the world knew the name. Alexandria. The place where all knowledge lived. Students dreamed of studying there. Kings sent gifts, hoping to gain favor and access. Travelers spoke of it in marketplaces, in distant lands. Have you heard of the Great Library? They say it holds every book ever written. Exaggerated, perhaps. But the reputation was deserved. Because the library represented something more than books. It represented a commitment to learning, to sharing, to the belief that humans are at their best when they are curious, when they ask questions, when they seek to understand. Tonight, you do not need to be famous. You do not need to be the center of anything. But you can hold within yourself that same commitment to learning who you are, to asking what matters to you, to seeking peace within your own mind. That work is just as valuable as any ancient library. Because the most important knowledge you will ever gain is how to live with yourself in kindness. Breathe, and let us continue. The 17th fact. A second library, called the Serapeum, was built nearby to house overflow collections. Even a great library has limits. Eventually, the shelves were full. The storage rooms packed. There was no more space for new scrolls. And so, a second building was constructed. The Serapeum. Named after the god Serapis, a deity of healing and afterlife. This library was smaller, but no less beautiful. Built near a temple so that scholars could seek both knowledge and spiritual peace. It held, perhaps, tens of thousands of scrolls, duplicates of popular works, newer acquisitions, texts in less common languages. It became a quieter place, less crowded than the main library. Some scholars preferred it for the stillness, for the ability to think without distraction. They would sit in its shaded courtyards, reading, writing, reflecting, knowing that just a short walk away, the larger library stood, with even more knowledge if they needed it. But for now, this smaller space was enough. Tonight, you might think of your own mind as having two libraries. The main one, where all your active thoughts live. Busy, full, constantly in use. And a quieter one, deeper inside. Where older memories rest. Where instincts and feelings wait, patiently. You do not visit that second library often. But it is always there. Holding things you thought you had forgotten. Preserving parts of yourself that are not always in use, but still matter. Tonight, you can rest in that quieter space. Let the busy library close its doors for the night and sink down into the serapeum of your own soul, where everything is slower, softer, safer. Breathe, and let us continue. The 18th fact. The library's collection grew through purchases, donations, and sometimes confiscation from ships docking in Alexandria's harbor. This fact has a slightly mischievous edge. Not all of the library's scrolls came willingly. There was a law in Alexandria that any ship arriving in the harbor had to declare what books or scrolls it carried. If a captain admitted to having scrolls aboard, those scrolls were taken, brought to the library, copied by the scribes, and then, sometimes, the copy was returned to the ship, and the library kept the original. Other times, the original was returned, and the library kept the copy. It depended on the quality of the scroll and the skill of the scribes. Was this stealing? The kings of Alexandria did not think so. They saw it as preservation, as ensuring that valuable knowledge did not disappear at sea or get damaged in some far-off land. The ship captains were less pleased, but they had little choice. And so, the library grew. One confiscated scroll at a time. Tonight, you might smile at this fact. At the lengths people will go to protect what they believe matters. You do not need to confiscate anything, but you can acknowledge that some things are worth holding on to, worth protecting, even if it requires a little effort, a little inconvenience. Your rest tonight is one of those things, worth protecting from the demands of the day, from the noise of worry, from anything that would steal it away. Guard it gently and let yourself sink deeper. Breathe, and we move on. The 19th fact. Ptolemaic rulers viewed the library as a symbol of Egypt's wealth and intellectual power. For the Ptolemies, the library was more than a place to store scrolls. It was a statement to the world. Look at what we have built. Look at the minds we have gathered. Look at the knowledge we protect. We are not just conquerors. We are not just merchants. We are caretakers of civilization. Other kings built monuments to their military victories. Statues of themselves on horseback, sword raised. The Ptolemies built a library. And in doing so, they declared, that wisdom was more valuable than war. That the future belonged to those who learned, not those who destroyed. It was a bold choice, and one that still echoes today. Because we remember the Library of Alexandria, but we have forgotten the names of most of its conquerors. Tonight, you are not building monuments. You are not trying to prove your worth to anyone. But you can rest in the knowledge that quiet acts matter. That choosing to read, to learn, to rest, to care for yourself is more valuable than loud displays of strength. The library outlasted its builders. The knowledge outlasted the kingdom. And tonight, your choice to rest will carry you into tomorrow stronger and more whole. Breathe, and let us continue. The 20th fact. The library likely fell victim to multiple fires and raids over centuries rather than one single destruction. This is, perhaps, the saddest fact we will explore tonight. The Library of Alexandria did not end in one dramatic moment. No single villain set it ablaze in a night of fury. Instead, it declined slowly over hundreds of years. A fire here during a military siege. A raid there by invading forces. Neglect as funding dried up. Scrolls taken by fleeing scholars and never returned. Damage from floods, from time, from simple carelessness. Until one day, the Great Library was simply gone. Its halls empty. Its shelves bare. Its knowledge scattered or lost. This is hard to imagine. That something so valuable, so carefully built, could disappear. But it is also strangely comforting, because it reminds us that nothing lasts forever. And that is okay. The scrolls are gone, but the ideas survived. Copied, remembered, retold. Passed down through generations. Some knowledge was lost, yes, but much was saved. Because people cared. Because scribes in other cities kept copying. Because teachers kept teaching. Because the work of preservation never truly stops. Tonight, you might feel that parts of yourself are fading. Memories growing dim. Strength, not what it once was. Dreams that seem farther away. That is part of being human. We are all like the library, subject to time, to change, to loss. But the essence of who you are does not disappear. It lives on in the people you have touched, in the kindness you have shown, in the small, quiet moments that mattered. You do not need to last forever. You only need to be here fully tonight. Breathing, resting, knowing that you are part of something much larger. And that is enough. Breathe in acceptance. Breathe out fear. And let yourself drift now towards sleep. The fire burns low. The ancient library fades into memory. And you, held by time, by story, by the warmth of this moment, can finally let go and rest. The 21st fact. Some scrolls were written in multiple languages, preserving knowledge across cultures. Imagine holding such a scroll. You unroll it slowly and see. On one side, Greek letters flowing in elegant lines. On the other side, Egyptian hieroglyphs carved with precision. Or perhaps 3 columns side by side. Greek, Aramaic, and Latin, all saying the same thing, but in different tongues. These multilingual scrolls were bridges. They allowed a Greek scholar to read Egyptian wisdom. They allowed an Egyptian priest to understand Greek philosophy. They proved that truth does not belong to one language. That ideas can cross borders if someone takes the time to translate them. The work of translation is not simple. Every language has words that do not exist in other languages. Feelings, concepts, experiences that one culture names and another does not. But the translators tried. They found the closest words they could. They explained in footnotes when exact matches were impossible. They built, word by word, sentence by sentence, bridges of understanding. Tonight, you might think of your own feelings as needing translation. Sometimes, what you feel inside is hard to name, hard to explain, even to yourself. But that does not mean it is not real. It simply means you are still searching for the right words. And that is okay. Not everything needs to be perfectly expressed. Some things can simply be felt, held quietly in your chest, without needing to cross into language. Tonight, let yourself rest in that untranslated space, where feeling is enough. Breathe, and let us continue. The 22nd fact. Ancient librarians were often scholars themselves, contributing original research. The librarians of Alexandria were not simply caretakers. They were thinkers, poets, scientists, mathematicians. Eratosthenes, one of the most famous librarians, calculated the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy, using only shadows, geometry, and careful observation. He did not leave the library to make this discovery. He did it by reading reports from travelers, by comparing observations from different cities, by thinking deeply about what the evidence meant. Another librarian, Callimachus, whom we have already met, was also a celebrated poet. His verses were copied and shared across the ancient world. He understood that organizing knowledge and creating beauty were not separate tasks. They were two sides of the same devotion to clarity, to truth, to making sense of the world. These librarians did not see themselves as separate from the scrolls they tended. They were part of the same living tradition, learning from the past, contributing to the present, and leaving something for the future. Tonight, you are both the librarian and the scroll. You hold within yourself experiences, lessons, moments of beauty. And you also have the capacity to reflect, to learn, to create something new. You do not need to produce anything grand, but you can honor the quiet work of simply being present with your own thoughts, of noticing what you have learned today, of letting it settle into the library of your memory, where it will be there when you need it. Breathe in wisdom. Breathe out haste. And let us continue. The 23rd fact. Works by Homer, Sophocles, and other poets were studied, debated, and annotated in the margins. When a scholar read a scroll at Alexandria, they did not simply absorb the words passively. They engaged with them. If they disagreed, they wrote a note in the margin. If they noticed a grammatical error or a variant reading, they marked it. If a line moved them deeply, they drew a small symbol, a star, or a hand pointing. Over time, these marginal notes accumulated. A scroll that had been read by 50 scholars over 100 years would be covered in tiny handwriting, in multiple inks, in different languages. It became a conversation, not just between the original author and the current reader, but between all the readers who had ever held that scroll. Some notes were scholarly. This word in the original Greek means. Others were personal. I read this on the saddest day of my life, and it helped. Still others were playful. The poet clearly did not understand how rivers work. The library was not a silent tomb of dead knowledge. It was a living dialogue, where the past spoke to the present, and the present spoke back. Tonight, your own mind is filled with such conversations. Things your parents said that you now understand differently. Books you read years ago that suddenly make sense. Advice you ignored that you now wish you had followed. All of these voices are still with you. Not to overwhelm you, but to remind you that you are part of an ongoing conversation with yourself, with your past, with those you have loved. You do not need to resolve every debate tonight. You can simply let the voices murmur in the background, like scholars in a distant reading room. Their words soft, indistinct, but somehow comforting. Breathe, and let us move on. The 24th fact. The library's reading rooms were designed for quiet study and deep focus. Imagine stepping into one of these rooms. The doorway is arched, the threshold cool. Inside, the light is soft, filtered through high windows, covered with thin cloth, to keep out the harsh brightness of the Egyptian sun. The walls are thick, muffling the noise from outside. No shouts from the marketplace. No clatter of carts on stone streets. Only a deep, enveloping quiet. Rows of low tables stretch across the room, each one wide enough for several scrolls to be unrolled at once. Beside each table, a bench worn smooth by countless hours of sitting. A few scholars are already here, bent over their work. Some read, lips moving silently as they sound out ancient words. Others write, copying passages or making notes on wax tablets. One scholar sits perfectly still, eyes closed, thinking. The air smells of papyrus, of ink, of old leather, and beeswax. There is no clock ticking, no phone buzzing, no meeting to rush toward. Only the slow, patient work of understanding. The room holds you in its silence, encouraging you to sink deeper into your thoughts, to let go of distraction, and to simply be with the text, with the question, with yourself. Tonight, your bedroom, or wherever you are resting, can become such a room. A place designed for focus. But tonight, the focus is not on thinking. It is on releasing thought. On letting your mind grow as quiet as that ancient reading room, where even the scholars eventually closed their scrolls and rested. Let the thick walls of this moment keep out the noise of worry. Let the soft light of your breath be enough to see by. Let the deep quiet hold you until sleep comes. Breathe, and let us continue. The 25th fact. Natural light filtered through tall windows, illuminating the scrolls. The architects who designed the library understood something important. That light affects how we feel. Harsh, direct sunlight can strain the eyes, can make scrolls fade, can make a room feel too hot, too bright. But soft, filtered light is a gift. It falls gently across the page. It does not glare. It does not burn. It simply reveals. In the reading rooms, tall windows were placed high on the walls, so that light entered from above, rather than directly into the eyes of readers. Thin curtains, or slatted screens, diffused the brightness, turning it into a warm, amber glow. In the morning, the light was cool and pale. By midday, it grew richer, golden. By late afternoon, it softened again into rose and lavender. And then, as evening approached, oil lamps were lit. Their small flames, flickering gently, casting moving shadows. The scrolls seemed almost alive in that dancing light, as if the words themselves were breathing. Tonight, notice the light around you. Even if it is dark, there is some light somewhere. A street lamp through a window. A small night light in the corner. The faint glow of a clock or a screen. Or perhaps only the light inside your own mind. The soft illumination of memory, of imagination. You do not need bright clarity right now. You only need enough light to feel safe, to know where you are, and to trust that morning will bring more light when you are ready. For now, let the darkness be gentle. Let it wrap around you like those curtains, softening everything, until the edges blur and sleep arrives. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 26th fact. The scent of papyrus and ink filled the air as scribes worked. Close your eyes and imagine that smell. Papyrus has an earthy scent, slightly sweet, like dried grass or old hay, with a faint, dusty edge. It is the smell of plants pressed and dried, transformed into something useful. Ink, made from soot and gum, has a deeper smell. Slightly bitter, slightly metallic. The scent of something burned, then captured, then spread across surfaces to carry meaning. Together, these smells create an atmosphere of work, of concentration, of something being preserved. When you walked into the library, that smell greeted you. It told you, before you saw anything, that this was a place of writing, of copying, of care. It was comforting, because it was consistent. Every time you returned, the smell was the same, reassuring you that this place and its work continued. Tonight, think about the smells that comfort you. Perhaps fresh coffee or baking bread. Perhaps rain on concrete or wood smoke. Perhaps the scent of someone you love on a pillow. These smells are anchors. They tell your nervous system, you are safe. You are home. Right now, you may not smell papyrus or ink, but you can breathe in whatever scent surrounds you, and let it become your own small ritual of settling. Breathe in through your nose, slowly. Notice what you smell, even if it is nothing in particular. Just the scent of the room, of the sheets, of the air. And let that be enough. Breathe out through your mouth, slowly, releasing the need for anything to be different. And let us continue. The 27th fact. The library represented humanity's first large-scale effort to collect all the books in the world. This is an audacious dream. To gather everything ever written in one place, so that anyone who sought knowledge could find it. Of course, it was impossible. Even then, the world was too large. Too many cultures, too many languages, too many ideas. But the dream itself mattered. Because it said, knowledge is not meant to be hoarded. It is not meant to stay locked in one place or one mind. It is meant to be shared, to circulate, to grow. The library made that dream partially real. And even though it ultimately failed, even though the scrolls were lost, the idea survived. Every library since has been inspired by Alexandria. Every archive, every museum, every digital database is built on the same hope that we can gather what we know and pass it on to those who come after. Tonight, you are part of that same tradition. Not because you are building a library, but because, by learning, by listening, by remembering, you are carrying forward the knowledge you have gained. Even if you never write it down, even if you never teach it to anyone else, the simple act of holding what you know with care is enough. You are your own library. And tonight, you can rest knowing that what matters is safe inside you. Breathe, and let us continue. The 28th fact. Even after its decline, the legend of Alexandria inspired future libraries for centuries. The story did not end with the fire. It continued in the minds of everyone who heard about it. Centuries later, when scholars in Baghdad built the House of Wisdom, they looked back to Alexandria and said, "We will do what they did. We will gather knowledge from every culture and preserve it." When monasteries in medieval Europe created scriptoriums, where monks copied manuscripts by candlelight, they remembered Alexandria. When the Library of Congress was founded in America, the architects said, "Let us build something worthy of that ancient dream." Even today, when we create digital archives and open-source databases, we are still echoing the vision of Ptolemy and his librarians. Legends have power, not because they are perfectly true, but because they inspire us to try, to build, to preserve, to share. Tonight, you do not need to inspire anyone, but you can let yourself be inspired by the thought that people long ago cared deeply about the same things you care about: peace, understanding, connection, and that their caring still echoes in the world, still touches you even now across thousands of years. You are part of that echo. Breathe, and let us move on. The 29th fact. Many scrolls were fragile and required constant care to prevent deterioration. Nothing lasts forever without attention. Papyrus, though durable in the right conditions, is vulnerable to moisture, which makes it swell and rot, to dryness, which makes it brittle and crack, to insects, who eat the fibers, to time itself, which slowly, steadily, breaks everything down. The librarians knew this, and so they inspected scrolls regularly, looking for signs of damage. A small tear could be repaired with a strip of fresh papyrus glued carefully in place. A scroll that was becoming too dry could be gently moistened with a damp cloth. one that showed signs of insect damage, could be isolated to prevent the insects from spreading. This work was never finished, because care is not a one-time act. It is ongoing, a commitment renewed day after day. The same scroll might need attention many times over its life, and that was accepted as simply part of what it meant to preserve something valuable. Tonight, think of yourself in the same way. You are both the scroll and the librarian. You hold valuable things inside you. Memories, feelings, dreams, wisdom. And you also have the task of caring for yourself. Not once, but over and over, day after day. Sometimes you need rest. Sometimes you need nourishment. Sometimes you need to be gently repaired with kindness. This is not weakness. This is what it means to be human, and to be fragile and precious at the same time. Tonight, you are caring for yourself by resting, by choosing to stop before you break, by honoring the truth that you need time to recover. That is enough. Breathe in care. Breathe out guilt. And let us continue. The 30th fact. The library's legacy lives on in the belief that knowledge could heal and transform society. This is, perhaps, the most beautiful fact of all. The Library of Alexandria is gone. The scrolls are lost. The building has crumbled into dust. But the idea remains that when people come together to learn, when they share what they know, when they listen to voices from other times and other places, something shifts. Wars become less likely. Understanding grows. Compassion deepens. Knowledge does not guarantee that we will make good choices, but it gives us a better chance. It reminds us that we are not the first to face these questions, that others have struggled and survived and learned, and that their wisdom can guide us if we are willing to listen. Tonight, you have listened to stories of ancient scholars, of patient scribes, of librarians who believed that caring for scrolls was caring for the future. You have listened to the crackle of the fire, to the rhythm of your own breath, to the quiet voice inside you that says, "You are tired. It is time to rest." And by listening, you have learned that rest is not laziness. It is wisdom. That slowing down is not falling behind. It is choosing to move at the pace your body needs. The library may be gone, but the lesson it taught lives in you. That knowledge begins with care. For texts, for history, for each other, and for yourself. Breathe in that lesson. Breathe out everything else. and let yourself, now, drift into sleep. The fire burns, low and soft. The ancient scrolls rest on imaginary shelves. And you, held by centuries of human care, can finally let go and sleep. The 31st fact. Over 370,000 manuscripts have been documented in Timbuktu's collections. And now, we journey from Alexandria, across the Mediterranean Sea, across the Sahara Desert, to another great repository of knowledge. Timbuktu. A city in northern Mali, in West Africa, where the sands meet ancient trade routes, and where, for centuries, manuscripts were written, copied, and hidden in private homes. 370,000. Imagine that number. Not as statistics, but as individual acts of preservation. Each manuscript, someone's careful work. Each page, filled with thought, with prayer, with calculation, with poetry. Timbuktu was not just a city of gold and salt, as travelers described it. It was a city of books, of scholars who studied astronomy, medicine, mathematics, law, who wrote commentaries on sacred texts, who debated the meaning of justice, the nature of the soul, the movement of stars. And when danger came, when armies threatened, when militants arrived, the people of Timbuktu did not abandon their manuscripts. They hid them in metal trunks, buried in sand, in secret rooms, behind false walls. In Exodus, carrying them on donkeys, on their backs, through the desert, to safety. Because they knew what the librarians of Alexandria knew. That these manuscripts were more than paper and ink. They were memory, identity, proof that African civilizations had rich intellectual traditions long before others arrived. Tonight, you too carry manuscripts within you, not written on paper, but inscribed in your memory. Stories from your childhood. Lessons you learned the hard way. Moments of beauty you want to remember. You do not need to catalog them all tonight. They are safe inside you. Hidden, protected, waiting for when you need them. Breathe, and let us continue. The 32nd fact. The manuscripts date from the late 13th century to the early 20th century. 700 years of continuous writing. Generation after generation. In the same families, in the same city. Scholars would inherit their father's manuscripts. Add their own notes in the margins. Write new texts on fresh paper. And pass them to their children, who would do the same. This is not the frantic production of a printing press. This is slow, patient handwork. A single manuscript might take months to complete. Each letter formed carefully with a reed pen. Each page checked for errors. Each binding stitched by hand. And yet, over centuries, the collection grew. Because the work never stopped. Even during wars, even during droughts, even when the city fell into decline, there were always a few scholars who kept writing, who kept copying, who kept preserving, because they understood that what they were doing mattered. Not for immediate profit, not for fame, but for continuity, for the belief that knowledge should not die with them. Tonight, you are part of your own continuity. You are the latest version of yourself, shaped by every year you have lived, every experience you have survived. You carry forward what came before, and you will pass on something to your future self, even if that something is simply the memory of tonight, of choosing to rest when you needed it. That choice will echo forward into tomorrow and the next day, and become part of the long manuscript of your life. Breathe, and let us move on. The 33rd fact. The manuscripts cover subjects including art, medicine, philosophy, science, and copies of the Quran. Timbuktu's scholars were not narrow in their interests. They believed that all knowledge was connected. That to understand the stars, you also needed to understand mathematics. That to practice medicine, you also needed to understand philosophy. That to live a good life, you needed to study sacred texts and practical wisdom together. One manuscript might contain diagrams of the human body showing where to apply herbal remedies. Another might hold poems about the beauty of creation and the mystery of existence. Another, astronomical charts tracking the movements of planets to determine the proper times for prayer. Another, legal debates about justice, fairness, and the treatment of strangers. These were not separated into different buildings or different schools. They all lived together in the same collections, because the scholars understood that a full life requires many kinds of knowing. Not just facts, but also beauty. Not just logic, but also compassion. Not just information, but also wisdom. Tonight, you do not need to be an expert in anything. You do not need to master any subject. You only need to remember that you are more than one thing. You are not just your job, or just your worries, or just your accomplishments. You are a collection of many subjects, experiences, feelings, thoughts, memories, all existing together inside you, like manuscripts on different topics, bound in the same library. Let them all rest tonight. The serious ones and the playful ones, the painful ones and the joyful ones. They do not need to be sorted or resolved. They can simply coexist in peace. Breathe, and let us continue. The 34th fact. Most manuscripts are written in Arabic, using elegant Arabic script. Picture, if you will, the shape of Arabic letters. Flowing, curved, connected. They move across the page, like a dance, like water, like wind through grass. Each letter joins to the next, creating long, continuous lines that rise and fall with rhythm and grace. The scribes of Timbuktu took great pride in their calligraphy. Writing was not just a way to record information. It was an art form, a meditation, a way of honoring the words themselves. They used different styles for different purposes. Bold, sweeping strokes for titles and headings. Smaller, more precise letters for the body of the text. Delicate, decorative flourishes to mark the end of a section. Sometimes they used gold leaf to illuminate certain words, making them shine on the page like small suns. The act of writing became a kind of prayer. Each stroke deliberate, each curve intentional. The hand and the mind and the heart moving together. Tonight, you do not need to write anything, but you can bring that same sense of beauty to your breathing. Each inhale, a graceful curve. Each exhale, a flowing line. Not rushed, not jagged, but smooth and connected and whole. Let your breath become your own form of art, made not for anyone else to see, but simply because it is beautiful to breathe with intention. Breathe in grace. Breathe out tension. And let us move forward. The 35th fact. Some manuscripts are written in African languages using Arabic script. This is a remarkable thing. The Arabic script was designed for the Arabic language, but the scholars of Timbuktu adapted it. They used it to write in Fula, in Songhai, in Tamashek, in Bambara, in Soning. Languages that had their own sounds, their own rhythms, their own ways of meaning. They added new symbols for sounds that did not exist in Arabic. They modified the shapes of letters to fit the flow of their own tongues. This was a creative act, a way of saying, this script is useful, but it is not enough on its own. We will make it serve our needs. It allowed knowledge to be written down that might otherwise have been lost. Stories, histories, legal codes, medical practices, all preserved in languages spoken by the people who created them. Not translated, not filtered, but direct and authentic. Tonight, you might think about the ways you have adapted tools and ideas to fit your own life. You have taken what others gave you and made it your own. This is not disrespect. This is wisdom. Knowing that no single way works for everyone. That you are allowed to modify, to adjust, to create your own version of rest, of work, of living. You do not have to follow someone else's script perfectly. You can adapt it to fit who you are. Breathe, and let us continue. The 36th fact. Calligraphy styles in Timbuktu manuscripts include broad West African Hausa slashes, Persian horizontal flourishes, and sweeping North African curves. The manuscripts are a meeting place of many traditions, many styles, many influences. A scribe in Timbuktu might have learned the basics of Arabic script from a teacher who studied in Cairo. But then, that same scribe might add decorative elements learned from a West African artist, or adopt a flowing style brought by traders from Persia. The result was something new. Not purely Arabic, not purely African, but a beautiful blend of both and more. Each page tells a story, not just in its words, but in its appearance, in the way the letters are shaped, in the patterns that frame the text, in the colors used for decoration. You can see the movement of ideas across continents. You can see how cultures influence each other, not by erasing what came before, but by adding something new, by creating something richer, more complex, more beautiful. Tonight, you are also a meeting place of influences from your family, your friends, your teachers, your experiences. You are not one simple thing. You are a blend of many voices, many lessons, many moments. And that blend is what makes you uniquely you. You do not need to pick one influence over another. You can hold them all gently, gratefully, and let them shape you into something that has never existed before. Breathe, and let us move on. The 37th fact. Many Timbuktu Qurans feature gilding and ornate calligraphy, rivaling European illuminated manuscripts. When people think of illuminated manuscripts, they often picture medieval European books with gold leaf shining on the page, with intricate borders of flowers and vines, with brilliant blues and reds and greens. But Timbuktu produced manuscripts just as beautiful, just as carefully crafted, just as worthy of preservation. The Qurans, copied in Timbuktu, were sacred objects, and so scribes gave them the finest treatment. Gold, hammered into thin sheets, was applied to certain letters, especially the names of God or key religious phrases, so that they would catch the light and draw the eye. Geometric patterns in rich colors framed each page, reminding the reader of the order and beauty of creation. The work could take years for a single Quran, but time was not the point. Devotion was the point. The belief that something sacred deserved the very best effort you could give. Tonight, you are worthy of that same devotion. You do not need gold leaf or ornate borders, but you deserve care. You deserve to be treated as something valuable. Not because of what you produce, not because of what you achieve, but simply because you exist. Because you are a living being worthy of rest and gentleness. Let that truth settle into your bones. You are worthy of care. Breathe in that knowing. Breathe out any doubt. And let us continue. The 38th fact. Scholars wrote margin notes, debating interpretations, creating conversations, lasting decades or centuries. Imagine reading a manuscript, and in the margin, you see a note written by someone who read this text 100 years ago. They disagreed with the main author. They wrote, "I think the answer is different because..." And then, 50 years later, another reader came along. They read the original text. They read the first note. And they added their own comment. I see both points, but consider this. And then, another reader, and another. Until the margins are filled with a conversation spanning generations. No one in this conversation ever met, but they are still talking to each other. Through time. Through the page. This is one of the most beautiful things about written words. They allow us to speak to people we will never see, and to listen to people who lived long before we were born. The conversation never ends. It simply pauses until the next reader picks it up. Tonight, you are part of many such conversations. With authors you have read. With teachers you have known. With versions of yourself from years ago, who wondered the same things you wonder now. You do not need to solve every question they raised. You only need to know that the conversation continues. That you are not the first to feel confused, or curious, or tired. That others have been here before and left notes in the margins of the world, saying, I understand. You are not alone. Breathe, and let us move on. The 39th fact. One famous manuscript, Letter to the Warring Tribes, uses Quranic arguments to promote peace. In times of conflict, when tribes fought over land, over resources, over old grievances, a scholar in Timbuktu sat down and wrote a letter, not a command, not a threat, but an argument, using verses from the Quran about mercy, forgiveness, and the value of human life, reminding the warring parties that their shared faith called them to peace. The letter was copied, carried by messengers to different camps, read aloud in gatherings. And sometimes it worked, not because it forced anyone, but because it reminded them of something they already believed. That fighting was not the only option. That peace was possible if they chose it. This manuscript is not a battle plan. It is a plea. written with care, with conviction, with hope. That words could change minds. That reason could soften anger. That common ground could be found. Tonight, you may be at war with yourself, with parts of you that are tired, with parts of you that still want to push, with parts of you that feel guilt for resting. But there is a letter inside you too, written by the part of you that knows you need peace, that whispers, "Enough. Lay down your defenses. You are safe. You can rest." Listen to that letter. Let it remind you of what you already know. That fighting your own tiredness serves no one. That peace with yourself is the only way forward. Breathe, and let us continue. The 40th fact. Another manuscript. Curing disease and defects both apparent and hidden, offers medical diagnoses and treatments. The scholars of Timbuktu were not only philosophers and poets, they were also healers. They studied the human body with careful attention. They observed symptoms, patterns, causes. They recorded what worked and what did not. One such manuscript contains detailed descriptions of illnesses, both visible and invisible. A rash on the skin was apparent, but depression or anxiety or grief were hidden. Yet the manuscript treated both with equal seriousness. It acknowledged that some suffering cannot be seen, but is no less real. It prescribed herbal remedies for physical ailments, and prayers, meditation, and community support for ailments of the heart and mind. The healers understood that a person is not just a body, but also a spirit, a mind, a web of relationships. And that true healing addresses all of these together. Tonight, you are both the patient and the healer. You have come here seeking rest. And by listening, by breathing, by allowing yourself to slow down, you are healing yourself. You do not need medicine or spells or grand interventions. You only need this: time, stillness, permission to stop and be cared for by the kindest healer you know, yourself. Breathe in healing. Breathe out suffering. And drift now gently towards sleep. The fire glows softly. The manuscripts rest in their trunks. And you, held by centuries of human wisdom, can finally let go and rest. The 41st fact. The medical text includes prayers for protective amulets and recipes using animal, plant, and mineral ingredients. The healers of Timbuktu understood that healing comes from many sources, not just one. They would gather herbs from the desert, roots that grew deep in sandy soil, leaves from trees that had survived countless droughts. They would grind minerals into powder. Stones worn smooth by ancient rivers. Salts harvested from dry lake beds. They would prepare animal parts with respect. Bones, feathers, skins. Each one carrying its own form of medicine. But they also knew that the body alone is not enough. That sometimes what a person needs most is protection from unseen forces. From fear. From despair. From the weight of too much sorrow. And so they wrote prayers. Words to be spoken over the sick person. Or written on small pieces of paper, folded carefully and worn in a leather pouch around the neck. Not magic, but intention. The belief that words carry power. That speaking aloud what you hope for can shift something inside you. Can remind you of your own strength. Tonight, you do not need amulets or potions, but you can speak your own quiet prayer. Not to anyone else, just to yourself. May I rest deeply. May I wake refreshed. May I be gentle with myself. May I know that I am doing enough. Let those words settle over you like a protective cloak. Breathe them in, and let them work their quiet healing. Breathe, and let us continue. The 42nd fact. Timbuktu's manuscripts are considered the most well-known set of West African manuscripts. For too long, the world believed that Africa had no written history. That knowledge was passed only through oral tradition. That there were no books, no libraries, no scholars. But Timbuktu proved otherwise. When researchers began documenting the manuscripts, when families opened their trunks and showed what they had been protecting for generations, the world was astonished. Hundreds of thousands of manuscripts on every subject imaginable, written, copied, debated, preserved by African hands in African cities long before European colonizers arrived. This was a reclaiming of history, of identity, of the right to say, we were here, we were thinking, we were writing, we mattered. The manuscripts became symbols, not just of knowledge, but of resistance against the narratives that tried to erase African contributions to human civilization. Tonight, you too are reclaiming something. Your right to rest. Your right to stop performing. Your right to exist without justification. You do not need to prove your worth. By working harder, by achieving more, by staying awake when your body begs for sleep. You are worthy simply because you are here, breathing, existing, being. Let that truth sink in. You do not need to earn your rest. You already deserve it. Breathe, and let us move on. The 43rd fact. In 2012, militants threatened to destroy the manuscripts, but librarians smuggled many to safety. This is a story of courage. When armed fighters swept into Timbuktu, intent on erasing what they saw as heresy, the people did not flee empty-handed. They did not leave their manuscripts to burn. Instead, librarians, scholars, ordinary citizens worked together in secret, at great risk. They packed manuscripts into metal trunks. They loaded them onto donkey carts, into cars, onto their backs. They traveled through the desert by night, avoiding roads, avoiding checkpoints, carrying the weight of history on their shoulders. Some manuscripts were hidden in private homes, in neighboring villages. Others were transported across the border to safety. It took months. Hundreds of people coordinating quietly, many risking their lives, because they believed that these manuscripts were worth saving, that they belonged to the future, not just the past. Tonight, think of the things you carry that are worth protecting. Not physical objects, but internal ones. Your memories of people you loved. Your capacity for kindness. Your hope, however small, that things can get better. These are your manuscripts. And sometimes, protecting them means simply not letting the day's cruelty burn them away. It means resting before you are too depleted to care. It means choosing to preserve what matters most by stopping when you need to stop. Breathe in courage. Breathe out exhaustion. And let us continue. The 44th fact. The manuscripts reveal that African civilizations had rich intellectual traditions long before European contact. This fact is not just about history. It is about the stories we tell about who gets to be intelligent, curious, sophisticated. For centuries, a particular narrative dominated. That civilization began in Europe. That knowledge flowed from Greece and Rome westward. And that the rest of the world was waiting to be taught. But the manuscripts of Timbuktu quietly, powerfully refute that story. They show astronomers charting the stars in the 14th century. Mathematicians solving complex problems. Philosophers debating ethics, justice, the nature of existence. Poets crafting verses of stunning beauty. All of this happening in West Africa, while Europe was emerging from its own struggles. The manuscripts say, "We were here. We were thinking. We did not need anyone else to tell us how to learn. We were already doing it." Tonight, you might think about the narratives you have been told about yourself. That you are not smart enough, not disciplined enough, not worthy enough. But what if those narratives are wrong? What if, like the manuscripts, your true history is richer than anyone knows? What if you have always been more capable, more resilient, more valuable than you were led to believe? You do not need external validation to know your own worth. It has been there all along, waiting for you to recognize it. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 45th fact. Some manuscripts contain astronomical calculations and star charts. Imagine a scholar in Timbuktu, sitting on the roof of their home at night. The desert sky spread above them, vast and clear. No city lights to dim the stars. Only endless points of light scattered across darkness. The scholar has a manuscript open beside them, and a small instrument for measuring angles. They watch as a planet moves slowly against the fixed stars. They make notes, recording its position, comparing it to observations made weeks or months before. Over time, they begin to see patterns, cycles. The way Mars appears to move backward, then forward again. The way Venus never strays far from the sun. They calculate where a planet will be in the coming months. And when the time comes, they look up and find it exactly where they predicted. This is not guesswork. This is science. Careful, patient, rigorous. The same methods used by astronomers in Baghdad, in China, in Greece. But here, in West Africa, under the same stars that shine on all of us. Tonight, you too are under those stars. Even if you cannot see them through walls or clouds, they are there. Constant, predictable, moving in their ancient patterns, just as they did when the scholars of Timbuktu watched them. You are part of that same cosmos, subject to the same laws of gravity, of time, of change, but also held by the same vastness, the same beauty, the same quiet that fills the space between stars. Let yourself feel that vastness now, not as something that makes you small, but as something that holds you gently in its infinite care. Breathe, and let us continue. The 46th fact. Others include poetry, personal letters, and legal documents. Not every manuscript was about grand ideas. Some were beautifully ordinary. A letter from a father to his son studying in another city, asking, "How are you eating? Are you taking care of yourself? Do not forget to rest." A poem written by a young woman about the first rain after a long drought, about the smell of wet earth, the sound of thunder, the relief of knowing the crops would grow. A legal contract recording, the sale of a house, or the division of an inheritance. Witnessed by neighbors, signed with care. These documents remind us that history is not just about kings and battles. It is also about daily life. About love, worry, beauty, obligation. About the small moments that make up a human life. The scholars of Timbuktu preserved these too, because they understood that everything is part of the story. That the mundane and the magnificent are equally worth remembering. Tonight, your own life is made of such moments. Not all of them are dramatic. Many are quiet, ordinary, but they matter. The way you breathe when you are tired. The way you choose to rest even when part of you wants to keep going. The way you listen to a story about ancient manuscripts and let it soothe you. These are your small documents. Your personal letters to yourself. Saying, I am here. I am trying. I am doing what I can. And that is enough. Breathe. And let us move on. The 47th fact. The physical beauty of Timbuktu manuscripts, their colors, patterns, and scripts, rivals their intellectual content. It would be easy to focus only on what the manuscripts say. On the ideas, the arguments, the information. But the manuscripts are also works of art. The pages are often framed with intricate borders. Geometric patterns repeating in mesmerizing symmetry. Red and blue and gold and green. Each color carefully mixed from natural pigments. Each line drawn with steady hands. The calligraphy itself is beautiful. Letters that flow like water, like music. Rising and falling with rhythm and grace. Some manuscripts include full-page illuminations. Abstract designs that pull the eye into spirals, into stars, into infinite patterns. That remind the viewer of order, of beauty, of the divine. Looking at these manuscripts is not just an intellectual experience. It is a sensory one. A feast for the eyes and the heart. Tonight, let yourself appreciate beauty in this moment. Not in a manuscript, but in the simple things around you. The way shadows fall across the wall. The softness of the fabric beneath your hand. The rhythm of your own breath. Beauty does not have to be grand or rare. It is present in small things if you notice. Let that noticing be a gift you give yourself. Before sleep, breathe, and let us continue. The 48th fact. Many have been digitized and are now viewable online for scholars worldwide. The work of preservation continues. No longer in secret. No longer under threat. But now in the light. Teams of conservators carefully photograph each page, creating digital copies that can never be destroyed by fire or flood or war. These images are uploaded to online databases where anyone, anywhere, with an internet connection can view them. A student in Tokyo can study a 15th century medical text from Timbuktu. A researcher in Brazil can compare calligraphy styles across centuries. A grandmother in Mali can show her grandchildren the manuscripts their ancestors protected. Knowledge that was once locked in trunks, hidden in attics, accessible only to a few, is now open, shared, available to the world. This is a kind of generosity, a gift from the past to the present to the future. Tonight, you are receiving such a gift, not from a manuscript, but from this story, from the time someone took to create these words for you, to help you rest. You do not need to repay it. You only need to receive it with gratitude. And perhaps one day you will pass on your own small gift to someone else who needs kindness or rest or a gentle story. Breathe and let us move forward. The 49th fact. The manuscripts were written on handmade paper, some imported from Europe and the Middle East. Paper is easy to take for granted, but in Timbuktu, it was precious. It had to be brought across deserts, over mountains, by caravan. From Italy, from Egypt, from Persia. Each sheet was expensive, and so scribes used it carefully, writing in small, neat letters to fit more words on each page, using both sides, leaving no space wasted. When a manuscript was finished, the paper bore the marks, not just of words, but of the journey it had taken to arrive. Sometimes you could see faint water stains from crossing rivers, or sand pressed into the fibers from desert winds. The paper itself became a record of travel, of exchange, of connection. Tonight, think of your own body as paper, carrying the marks of where you have been, the experiences you have survived, the journeys you have taken. Not all of those marks are beautiful. Some are stains, scars, signs of wear. But they are also proof that you have lived, that you have crossed deserts of your own, and arrived here still intact, still capable of holding meaning. You are your own manuscript, written over time, and still being written. Breathe in acceptance. Breathe out judgment. And let us continue. The 50th fact. Timbuktu served as a crossroads for scholars traveling between North Africa, the Middle East, and Sub-Saharan Africa. No city exists in isolation. Timbuktu was connected to the world by trade routes that stretched across the Sahara. Caravans of camels carried gold and salt north to Morocco, to Algeria, and brought back books, paper, cloth, ideas. Scholars traveled these routes, too. A student from Cairo might journey to Timbuktu to study with a famous teacher. A poet from Timbuktu might travel north to share their work in the courts of sultans. Knowledge flowed in all directions, not from one center outward, but in circles, in spirals, in webs of exchange. Each place both giving and receiving. Each tradition both teaching and learning. Timbuktu was not isolated. It was beautifully connected to the larger human conversation. Tonight, you too are connected, not just to this story, but to everyone who has ever sought rest at the end of a long day. To everyone who has ever lain down and listened to their own breath. To everyone who has ever struggled to quiet their mind and finally succeeded. You are part of a great caravan of humans, all seeking the same things: peace, understanding, rest. And tonight, you have found it. Here, by this imagined fire, in this ancient company. Breathe, and let yourself finally drift into sleep. The manuscripts rest in their collections. The fire burns low and soft. And you, held by centuries of human care and curiosity, can release everything and sleep. The 51st fact. The city's libraries were centers of debate, teaching, and spiritual reflection. Timbuktu was not a place of silent reading alone. The libraries and the homes where manuscripts were kept were alive with conversation. Scholars would gather in courtyards under the shade of acacia trees. Sitting on woven mats, scrolls spread before them. One would read aloud a passage from a philosophical text. Then, the debate would begin. But what if the author meant? Consider this interpretation instead. I have read another text that contradicts this view. Voices rising and falling, not in anger, but in the excitement of ideas colliding, of minds testing each other. Students sat nearby, listening, absorbing, learning not just the content of the texts, but the process of thinking itself. How to question, how to listen, how to hold two opposing ideas and examine them both with fairness. Sometimes the debates lasted hours or days. No one rushed to conclusion. The goal was not to win, but to understand more deeply, more fully, to see all sides of a question. These libraries were also places of spiritual practice, where scholars prayed, meditated, reflected on the mysteries of existence, where learning and devotion were not separated, but intertwined, like threads in the same fabric. Tonight, your own mind has been such a place, holding questions without needing immediate answers, listening to the voices of ancient scholars and letting them speak to you, not to convince you of anything, but simply to keep you company, to remind you that thinking, wondering, questioning are holy acts, and that rest is part of that holiness. The pause between one thought and the next, where insight can quietly arrive. Breathe, and let us continue. The 52nd fact. Families took pride in preserving manuscripts even during times of political turmoil. In Timbuktu, manuscripts were not owned by institutions. They belonged to families, passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter. Each generation became the guardian, responsible for keeping the manuscripts safe, dry, protected. Even when the city was attacked or occupied, even when food was scarce and survival uncertain, families chose to protect their manuscripts. They could have sold them for money. They could have burned them for warmth. But they did not, because the manuscripts represented more than knowledge. They represented identity, connection to ancestors who had written them, or copied them, or collected them. They represented continuity, the belief that the family would survive and need these manuscripts again someday. This pride was not arrogance. It was devotion to memory, to lineage, to the idea that what we inherit is not ours to lose, but ours to protect and pass on. Tonight, you too are a guardian, not of manuscripts, but of yourself. You carry in your body, in your mind, the legacy of everyone who came before you. Their struggles, their resilience, their choices, all flowing into you. And one day, you will pass something forward, too. Even if it is just the example of someone who knew when to rest, who honored their limits, who chose preservation over depletion. That is a worthy inheritance. Breathe, and let us move on. The 53rd fact. The manuscripts show how knowledge traveled along trade routes, blending cultures and ideas. Imagine a single manuscript, beginning in Cairo, where a scholar writes a commentary on astronomy. A merchant buys it to carry on his caravan south across the desert. He reaches Timbuktu and sells it to a local scholar. That scholar reads it, adds their own notes in the margins, correcting, expanding, introducing ideas from West African traditions. Years later, another traveler carries a copy east to Timbuktu's sister cities, where yet another scholar adds their thoughts. Drawing on Persian mathematics, the manuscript becomes a conversation across continents, a blend of Egyptian observation, West African wisdom, and Persian calculation. No single culture owns it. It belongs to all of them, and to none of them. It is the product of movement, of exchange, of openness. This is how the best ideas spread. Not by conquest, not by force, but by curious minds sharing what they know and listening to what others have learned. Tonight, you are part of this same movement. Ideas from ancient Alexandria have traveled through time to reach you. Stories from Timbuktu have crossed oceans and centuries to arrive here. And tomorrow, something you learn tonight may travel forward in ways you cannot predict. Shared with someone you meet, or simply lived in the choices you make. You are a traveler on an ancient trade route, carrying knowledge even when you do not realize it. Breathe, and let us continue. The 54th fact. Scribes used natural inks made from plants, minerals, and charcoal. The black ink you see in the manuscripts was not purchased in bottles. It was made by hand. Charcoal from burned wood ground into fine powder, mixed with gum arabic, the sap of acacia trees, to make it sticky and smooth. Sometimes a little honey was added to help it flow. The scribe would mix a small amount each day, testing it on scrap paper, adjusting until the consistency was right. Not too thick, or it would clump. Not too thin, or it would bleed through the page. For colored inks, they used other materials. Red from iron oxide or crushed insects. Blue from indigo plants. Gold from real gold leaf, ground and suspended in a binding agent. Each color required its own recipe, its own technique. This was slow work, but it connected the scribe to the earth, to the plants and minerals that gave their colors, to the natural world that made writing possible. Tonight, you are connected to the natural world, too. The oxygen you breathe comes from plants. The water in your body comes from rivers and rain. The warmth you feel comes from the same sun that shone on Timbuktu. You are not separate from nature. You are part of it, made of the same elements that make ink and paper and stars. Let that connection ground you. You belong here on this earth, in this moment. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 55th fact. Some manuscripts include diagrams of mathematical proofs and geometric patterns. Not all knowledge is written in words. Sometimes an idea is best expressed as a shape. A circle within a square within another circle, proving a relationship between their areas. Or a complex geometric pattern, built from repeating hexagons and stars. Each line precise, each angle exact. These diagrams were not decorations. They were mathematics. Visual proofs that could be understood across language barriers. A scholar in Timbuktu, who spoke Songhai, could look at a geometric proof created in Baghdad by an Arabic-speaking mathematician and understand it perfectly, because shapes speak a universal language. The manuscripts preserve these diagrams with the same care as written text, because the scholars knew that understanding comes in many forms. Sometimes through words, sometimes through numbers, sometimes through the elegant simplicity of a perfect pattern. Tonight, notice the patterns in your own experience, the rhythm of your breath in and out, the cycle of tension and release in your muscles, the way thoughts rise and fall like waves. These patterns are not random. They are the geometry of being alive. You do not need to solve them, only to notice them, to let them soothe you. With their repetition, their predictability, their grace. Breathe, and let us continue. The 56th fact. Timbuktu's intellectual golden age lasted from the 14th to the 16th century. 200 years of flourishing, of books arriving from distant lands, of scholars debating under starry skies, of students learning to read, to write, to think. 200 years when the city glowed with intellectual energy, when new ideas were welcomed, not feared, when questions were encouraged, not silenced. But like all golden ages, it eventually dimmed. Not all at once, but gradually. As trade routes shifted, as political power moved elsewhere, as the city faced invasions, droughts, economic decline, the scholars still worked. The families still preserved their manuscripts. But the intensity, the brilliance, faded into something quieter. This is the nature of things. Nothing stays at its peak forever. And that is not a tragedy. It is simply the rhythm of life. Flourishing, resting, flourishing again. Tonight, you may feel that you are not at your peak, that your own golden age is behind you or has not yet arrived. But remember, even during Timbuktu's quieter centuries, the manuscripts were still there. Still valuable, still cared for, still waiting. For the moment when they would be needed again. You too are still valuable. Even in your quieter moments. Even when you are not producing or achieving or shining. You are still here. Still worthy of care. Still waiting for your next season. Breathe, and let us move on. The 57th fact. Today, international efforts continue to conserve and protect these irreplaceable texts. The work is not finished. In climate-controlled rooms, in Timbuktu, and in other cities, conservators, wearing white gloves, carefully unfold fragile pages. examining them under soft light, looking for signs of damage, insect holes, mold, tears. They repair what they can, using techniques passed down from medieval bookbinders, using materials as close as possible to the originals. They photograph every page, creating digital archives that will outlast the physical manuscripts. They train local people in the skills of conservation, so that the knowledge of how to care for these texts stays in Timbuktu, where it belongs. This work is funded by governments, by universities, by private donors from around the world. People who have never been to Timbuktu, but who believe that these manuscripts matter, not just to Mali, but to all of us, because they tell a story that belongs to humanity. Tonight, you too are being conserved by rest, by gentleness, by the choice to stop before you tear. This is your own conservation work, repairing what the day has worn down, protecting what is irreplaceable in you. You are doing important work right now, even though it looks like doing nothing. Breathe, and let us continue. The 58th fact. The manuscripts were kept in family libraries, passed down through generations. Imagine walking into one such home. A modest building in the old quarter of Timbuktu. Walls of sun-baked clay, smooth and cool. Inside, a small room with a locked trunk in the corner. The owner, an elderly man, smiles and opens it. Inside, wrapped in cloth, are stacks of manuscripts. Some bound in leather. Others, loose pages, tied with string. These, he says, belong to my great-great-grandfather. He was a teacher here in this city. These are his lecture notes, his correspondence, his copies of important texts. My grandfather taught me how to care for them, how to keep them dry in the rainy season, how to protect them from termites. And one day, I will teach my grandson. There is pride in his voice, not boastful, but quiet and deep. The pride of a guardian who knows that what he holds is precious, and that his role is to protect it for those who come after. Tonight, you hold your own treasures, memories of people you have loved, lessons you have learned, moments of beauty you want to remember. You are the librarian of your own history. And tonight, by resting, you are protecting those treasures, keeping them safe for tomorrow. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 59th fact. The manuscripts preserve not just knowledge, but the voices of individual scholars. When you read a manuscript from Timbuktu, you are not reading an anonymous text. You are hearing a specific person, A scholar named Ahmad Baba, writing in the 16th century about justice and freedom. A woman named Fatima, copying a medical text and adding notes about remedies her grandmother taught her. A young student practicing calligraphy, their letters shaky at first, then growing more confident as the pages progress. These voices reach across time. They are not distant or abstract. They are human, worried about the same things you worry about, hoping for the same things you hope for: peace, health, understanding. When you listen to their words, you realize how little has changed and how much connects us. Across centuries, across cultures, across continents. Tonight, your own voice joins theirs. Not in a manuscript, but in the simple act of being here, of listening, of breathing, of resting. You are part of the same human story. One more voice in the great conversation that has no beginning and no end. Only this moment and the next. And the next. Breathe, and let us continue. The 60th fact. The manuscripts are proof that the desire to learn and preserve is universal across cultures. This is, perhaps, the deepest truth of all. That no matter where you go, no matter when you lived, humans ask questions. Humans seek answers. Humans want to understand. The movement of stars, the workings of the body, the nature of justice, the meaning of existence. In Alexandria, in Timbuktu, in Baghdad, in Beijing, in Tenochtitlan, people built libraries, wrote books, taught students, debated ideas. Not because they were told to, but because something in them needed to know. This impulse is not taught. It is built into us. Like breathing, like dreaming. We are, by nature, curious. And that curiosity drives us to preserve what we learn, so that others can build on it. Tonight, you have indulged that curiosity by listening to these facts, by letting them carry you through the night. And tomorrow, when you wake, that same curiosity will still be there, waiting to lead you toward whatever comes next. But for now, you have learned enough. You have listened enough. You have been enough. The fire has burned to its quietest glow. The manuscripts rest in their eternal care. And you, held by centuries of human longing for knowledge and peace, can finally release everything and drift into deep, quiet, healing sleep. Breathe and rest. The 61st fact. The Library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, in modern-day Iraq, was one of the earliest known libraries, founded around 668 BC. And now, we travel further back, deeper into time, to a place even older than Alexandria or Timbuktu. to ancient Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where writing itself was born. King Ashurbanipal ruled the Assyrian Empire from his palace in the great city of Nineveh. He was a warrior king, but he was also something rarer. A king who loved books. He sent scribes across his empire with a mission. Find every tablet, every text, every piece of knowledge. Bring it back to Nineveh. I want to create a library that holds the wisdom of the world. And so they did. Traveling to distant cities, copying texts, purchasing collections, sometimes confiscating them. The library grew. Not scrolls this time, but clay tablets. Thousands upon thousands of them, pressed with wedge-shaped marks called cuneiform, the oldest form of writing that we know. Each tablet baked hard in the sun or in ovens, so that the words would last forever. Tonight, you are connected to that ancient impulse, the desire to preserve, to remember, to hold on to what matters. Even King Ashurbanipal, a man of war, understood that knowledge outlasts conquest, that words outlast swords. Breathe, and let us continue. The 60-second fact. It contained over 30,000 clay tablets covering literature, science, and religion. 30,000 tablets. Each one shaped by hand from wet clay. Each one inscribed with a reed stylus, pressing marks into the soft surface. Each one containing something someone thought worth remembering. Medical texts describing symptoms and treatments. Astronomical records tracking eclipses and planetary movements. Mathematical tables for calculating areas, volumes, interest on loans. Religious hymns, prayers to gods with names we can barely pronounce. And literature. Stories. The most famous is the Epic of Gilgamesh, the tale of a king who sought immortality and learned instead to accept his mortality. A story 4,000 years old that still speaks to anyone who has ever feared death or loss or the passing of time. These tablets were not quick notes. They were permanent records, meant to last for generations. And they have. Some of them you can see today in museums, in London, in Baghdad. Still legible, still carrying the voices of people who lived 3 millennia ago. Tonight, think about what you would preserve if you could. Not on clay, but in memory. What moments from your life are worth holding on to? Not because they were perfect, but because they were real. Because they mattered to you. Let those moments rest gently in your mind tonight. Not to analyze them, just to honor them. Breathe, and let us move on. The 63rd fact. The library fell when Nineveh was raided in 612 BC, but fires accidentally preserved the tablets. This is one of history's beautiful ironies. When enemy armies swept into Nineveh, they burned the palace. The wooden shelves, the roof beams, everything flammable was consumed. The fire was meant to destroy, to erase Ashurbanipal's legacy, to wipe out his empire. But clay tablets do not burn the way paper does. Instead, the intense heat baked them even harder, turned them from sun-dried clay into something nearly as hard as stone. When the palace collapsed, the tablets were buried under rubble, protected by the very destruction meant to erase them. There they lay for over 2,000 years, until archaeologists in the 1800s began excavating and found them. Thousands of tablets, still intact, still readable. The fire that was meant to destroy knowledge had preserved it. Tonight, you might think about your own difficult moments. Times when you felt like everything was burning down. When you thought nothing would survive. But sometimes, pressure, heat, difficulty can harden us in unexpected ways, can preserve something essential that might otherwise have been lost. You have survived things you thought would destroy you. And here you are, still intact, still carrying your story. Breathe in resilience. Breathe out fear. And let us continue. The 64th fact. The Imperial Library of Constantinople was established in the 4th century AD to preserve classical knowledge. Centuries after Ashurbanipal. Centuries after Alexandria's founding. A new library rose in a new city. Constantinople. Built on the edge of Europe and Asia, where the waters of two continents meet. The Byzantine emperors understood that the Roman Empire was changing, that the old centers of learning were fading, that if someone did not act, the wisdom of Greece and Rome would be lost. And so, they built a library. Massive, ambitious, designed to hold copies of every important text from the classical world. Homer, Plato, Aristotle, Euclid, medical texts by Galen, historical accounts by Herodotus, all gathered under one roof, protected by thick walls and imperial guards. The library became a sanctuary, where monks and scholars worked in silence, copying, translating, preserving, knowing that outside, the world was turbulent, that empires rose and fell, but that inside, something timeless was being protected. Tonight, your own mind is such a sanctuary, a place where, despite the turbulence of the day, you can retreat and find stillness, safety. The things that matter most to you are kept safe inside you. No external chaos can take them away. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 65th fact. At its peak, it held over 100,000 volumes. 100,000. In an age before printing presses. Every single one copied by hand. By scribes sitting at desks, day after day, year after year. Their hands cramping, their eyes straining, their backs aching. But continuing, because they believed in the work. Imagine walking through that library, hall after hall, shelves rising to vaulted ceilings, the smell of parchment and leather bindings, the muted light from high windows, the silence broken only by the scratch of pens, the rustle of pages. It was a city within a city. A world made entirely of words, where you could spend a lifetime reading and still not finish. But that was not the point. The point was that the knowledge existed, that it was safe, that future generations could come and learn, even if no single person could hold it all. Tonight, you do not need to hold everything either. You do not need to remember every fact from tonight's story. You only need to let the feeling wash over you. The feeling of being connected to something vast. Something patient. Something that cares about the long arc of human understanding. You are part of that arc. Even when you rest. Breathe. And let us continue. The 66th fact. Emperor Constantius II built it to transfer deteriorating papyrus scrolls onto durable parchment. This was an act of rescue. The emperor knew that the old scrolls from Alexandria, from Athens, from Rome were falling apart. Papyrus, especially in humid climates, does not last forever. It yellows, it cracks, it crumbles into dust. And so, he ordered a massive project. Every important papyrus scroll would be copied onto parchment. Animal skins, scraped thin, stretched, and prepared. Much more durable than papyrus. Able to withstand moisture, handling, time. Scribes worked in shifts, unrolling ancient scrolls, carefully, gently, reading them aloud, while another scribe wrote the words onto fresh parchment. It was painstaking work. Some scrolls were so fragile they tore at the slightest touch. Some had already faded, making the words barely visible. But the scribes persisted, because they understood that this was a race against time. That every day more knowledge was being lost, and that their work could save it. Tonight, you are engaged in your own transfer of knowledge. From waking to sleeping. From thinking to dreaming. From holding on to letting go. This transition requires care. You cannot force it. You can only gently, slowly allow it. Like a scribe carefully unrolling a fragile scroll. You are unrolling the day, examining it, acknowledging it, and then letting it rest, preserved in memory, but no longer demanding your attention. Breathe, and let us move on. The 67th fact. Scribes worked tirelessly to copy fragile texts, ensuring survival through fires and invasions. The work was never done because danger was constant. Constantinople was attacked many times by Persians, by Arabs, by Crusaders, by Ottoman Turks. Each time, the library was at risk. And each time, scribes made copies, hiding them in monasteries, in distant provinces, smuggling them out of the city to keep them safe. Some scribes died protecting manuscripts. Others fled with nothing but a single precious volume tucked under their arm. They understood that their lives were temporary, but that the knowledge could be eternal. If only someone kept copying it, kept moving it to safety, kept believing that it mattered. This is the quiet heroism of preservation, not the loud glory of battle, but the steady, patient work of caring for fragile things. Tonight, you are your own scribe, protecting what is fragile in you. Your energy, your peace, your sense of self. By choosing to rest when you need it. By refusing to push beyond your limits. By believing that your well-being matters. This is your quiet heroism. And it is enough. Breathe in courage. Breathe out doubt. And let us continue. The 68th fact. The library served as a bridge between ancient wisdom and the Renaissance. When Constantinople finally fell in 1453 to the Ottoman Empire, scholars fled, carrying manuscripts westward to Italy, to France, to Germany. They brought with them Greek texts that had been lost in Western Europe for centuries. Works by Plato, by Aristotle, by Archimedes. These texts, arriving in Europe, sparked a revolution. Scholars read them and thought, "We have forgotten so much. Our ancestors knew things we have lost. We must learn again." And so began the Renaissance, the rebirth of classical learning. The Library of Constantinople had kept these texts alive through centuries of turmoil, so that they could one day be rediscovered and change the world again. This is the power of preservation. You do not always know when what you protect will matter. But if you keep it safe, it will be there when the time comes. Tonight, what you are preserving is yourself. Your capacity for joy, for curiosity, for connection. You may not see the fruits of this rest immediately, but tomorrow, or next week, or next month, you will be glad that you paused, that you chose to bridge today and tomorrow with gentleness. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 69th fact. It was ultimately destroyed during the sack of Constantinople in 1204, and the city's fall in 1453. Not all stories have happy endings. The library, despite all efforts, was eventually lost. First, in 1204, when crusaders, who were supposed to be allies, turned against the city and looted it, setting fires, destroying libraries, melting down precious objects for gold. And then again, in 1453, when the Ottoman conquest brought further destruction. Some manuscripts survived, scattered across Europe, hidden in monasteries. But many were lost forever. Texts that existed nowhere else. Ideas that will never be recovered. This is heartbreaking. But it is also part of the human story. We build, we preserve, we protect. And sometimes, despite our best efforts, things are lost. This does not mean the effort was wasted, because for the centuries that the library stood, it mattered. It taught generations of students. It kept knowledge alive through dark times. And the memory of it inspired others to build new libraries, to keep trying. Tonight, you may feel that you have lost things too. Time, opportunities, versions of yourself that no longer exist. That is real. And it is okay to acknowledge that loss. But it does not erase the value of what you did while you had it, or the value of what you still carry. You are still here, still breathing, still capable of new beginnings. Breathe in acceptance. Breathe out regret. And let us continue. The 70th fact. Ancient libraries were often attached to temples, symbolizing the sacred nature of knowledge. This fact brings us full circle, back to the idea that learning is not just practical. It is holy. In ancient Mesopotamia, in Egypt, in Greece, in Rome, libraries were built near temples or inside them, because people believed that knowledge brought you closer to the divine, that understanding the world was a form of worship, that asking questions was a sacred act. The priests were often the librarians. The same people who led prayers also copied texts, because they saw no separation between caring for souls and caring for knowledge. Both were acts of devotion. Both required patience, humility, reverence. Tonight, as you rest here, you are in your own quiet temple, where the sacred act is simply being present, listening to your breath, honoring your need for rest, acknowledging that you are part of something larger than yourself. You do not need to understand it all. you only need to trust. That rest is holy. That sleep is a kind of prayer. That closing your eyes and letting go is an act of faith. In the morning, in yourself, in the ongoing story of which you are a small but essential part. Breathe and let yourself drift now into that sacred rest. The ancient libraries fade into memory. The clay tablets, the parchment, the scrolls, all settle into silence. And you, held by millennia of human striving and human caring, can finally release and sleep. The 71st fact. The Villa of the Papyri in Herculaneum, near Pompeii, was buried by volcanic ash in 79 AD, preserving its scrolls. Sometimes, preservation comes from the most unexpected places. In the year 79, Mount Vesuvius erupted with devastating force. The cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum were buried in ash and pumice. Thousands died. Entire communities vanished under layers of volcanic debris. Among the buried structures was a wealthy Roman villa by the sea. It belonged to someone who loved books. The villa contained a library with over 1,800 papyrus scrolls. When the eruption came, the intense heat should have destroyed them, should have turned them to ash. But something unexpected happened. The scrolls were not burned away. They were carbonized, turned into something like charcoal. Black, brittle, fragile, but still intact. For nearly 2,000 years, they lay buried, until archaeologists began excavating in the 1750s. They found the scrolls, but faced a problem. How do you unroll something so fragile it might crumble at the slightest touch? For centuries, scholars tried and failed. Many scrolls were destroyed in early attempts. But recently, using X-ray technology and advanced imaging, scientists have learned to read the scrolls without unrolling them, to see the words hidden inside the carbonized layers. And slowly, the library is speaking again. Tonight, you too have been preserved by unexpected means, by challenges that should have destroyed you, but instead hardened you, changed you into something more durable. You are still here, still intact, still carrying stories that deserve to be read. Breathe, and let us continue. The 72nd fact. Monks in medieval monasteries copied ancient texts by candlelight, preserving them through the Dark Ages. After the fall of Rome, when libraries burned, when cities crumbled, when learning seemed to disappear, there were quiet places where it survived. Monasteries, tucked away in remote valleys, on hilltops, on islands, where monks lived in prayer and work. And part of that work was copying. In rooms called scriptoriums, monks sat at wooden desks, hour after hour, day after day, year after year, copying manuscripts by hand, by candlelight or the gray light from small windows. Their fingers stained with ink, their backs bent from leaning over pages, their eyes straining to read faded letters. They copied the Bible, of course, but also ancient Roman texts, Greek philosophy, scientific treatises, even works by pagan authors, because the monks believed that all knowledge came from God and deserved to be preserved. They added beautiful decorations to the pages, illuminations in gold and brilliant colors, intricate borders of vines and flowers, not because they had to, but because they wanted to honor the words they copied, to make something beautiful out of labor, to turn work into worship. Some monks spent their entire lives copying a single book. The Bible, with all its complexity, might take 20 years to complete. But they did not complain, because they understood that they were links in a chain, connecting the past to the future. Tonight, you too are a link in a chain between who you were this morning and who you will be tomorrow. Your rest tonight is the bridge, the quiet work that makes tomorrow possible. You do not need to create anything grand. You only need to preserve yourself through the night so that you can continue. Breathe, and let us move on. The 73rd fact. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad in the 8th to 13th century translated Greek, Persian, and Indian texts into Arabic. Now we journey to another center of learning. Baghdad. During the Islamic Golden Age, when the city was the jewel of the Abbasid Caliphate, the House of Wisdom was founded by Caliph Harun al-Rashid and expanded by his son Al-Mamun. It was more than a library. It was a translation institute, a research center, a meeting place for scholars from across the known world. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Zoroastrian scholars worked side by side. Their mission was ambitious: to gather every important text from every civilization. Greek works on philosophy and medicine, Persian texts on astronomy and mathematics, Indian manuscripts on algebra and numerals, and translate them into Arabic so that they could be studied, improved upon, and shared. This was not simple copying. Translators had to understand multiple languages, multiple cultures, multiple ways of thinking. They had to find Arabic words for Greek concepts that had no equivalent. They had to preserve the meaning while adapting the expression. It was intellectual work of the highest order. And it succeeded. Arabic became the language of science for centuries. Scholars in Europe later learned Arabic to read the latest advances in medicine, in astronomy, in mathematics. The House of Wisdom became a bridge between civilizations, between eras, proving that knowledge belongs to no one culture, but to all of humanity. Tonight, you are also a bridge between different parts of yourself. The part that pushes and the part that needs rest. The part that worries and the part that trusts. You do not need to choose one side. You can hold both gently and let them translate each other into something new, into peace. Breathe, and let us continue. The 74th fact. Ancient libraries often included botanical gardens where medicinal plants were studied. Libraries were not just buildings full of books. They were centers of living knowledge. In Alexandria, scholars maintained gardens of medicinal plants, herbs, trees, flowers from Egypt and beyond. Students would learn to identify plants by their leaves, their scent, their flowers. They would study which parts were useful for healing. Roots, bark, leaves, seeds. They would prepare tinctures, poultices, teas, testing them carefully, recording what worked and what did not. The garden was the laboratory, where theory met practice, where words on a page became real, tangible, useful. Scholars understood that you cannot fully know a plant from description alone. You must see it, touch it, smell it. You must watch it grow through seasons. Observe how it responds to rain, to drought, to sun, to shade. Knowledge comes not just from reading, but from experience, from patient observation, from being present with the living world. Tonight, imagine yourself as such a garden, not a building full of thoughts, but a living space where things grow, where some plants need more water and others need less, where some bloom early and others take years, where some are medicine and others are simply beautiful. You do not need to force anything to grow faster. You only need to provide the right conditions. And tonight, the right condition is rest. The dark, quiet soil of sleep, where roots can deepen and tomorrow's growth can begin. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 75th fact. Reading in ancient times was usually done aloud, filling libraries with murmured voices. This may surprise you, but in the ancient world, silent reading was rare. Most people read aloud, even when alone. They sounded out each word, each syllable, hearing the text as they saw it. In libraries, this meant a constant murmur, like a beehive humming. Dozens of scholars, each reading their own scroll. Their voices, low, overlapping, creating a soft chorus of learning. Greek poetry, Latin philosophy, Egyptian prayers, all spoken simultaneously, in different rhythms, different tones. It must have been strangely beautiful, like being inside a living book, where every page had a voice. Today, we read silently, inside our heads. But perhaps we have lost something. The physicality of speaking words. The way a poem sounds when given breath. The way ideas feel when spoken into the air. Tonight, if you wish, you could try reading these words aloud. Very softly. Just a whisper. Feeling how they shape your mouth, your breath. How they move from text to sound to meaning. Or you can continue in silence. But know that somewhere in the ancient past, libraries were never truly quiet. They were filled with voices, with breath, with life. Just as you are filled with breath and life right now. Breathe, and let us continue. The 76th fact. Papyrus, made from Egyptian reeds, was the primary writing material for centuries. Let us return to the beginning, to the plant that made so much knowledge possible. Papyrus. Cyperus papyrus. A tall reed that grew in the marshes along the Nile. Green stems rising, sometimes 3 meters high, crowned with feathery tufts, swaying in the river breeze. The ancient Egyptians discovered that the pith inside the stem could be used for writing. They would cut thin strips from the stem, lay them side by side on a flat surface, then lay another layer perpendicular on top. Press them together, pound them, let them dry. The natural sugars in the plant acted like glue, binding the layers into a smooth sheet. Light, flexible, durable enough to last for centuries in the dry Egyptian climate. For over 3,000 years, papyrus was the paper of the ancient world. Scrolls were made by gluing sheets end to end, creating long rolls that could be 20 feet or longer. But papyrus had limitations. It grew only in certain places. It deteriorated in humid climates. It was expensive to produce and transport. Eventually, it was replaced by parchment and then by paper. But for millennia, this humble reed carried the weight of human thought. Tonight, think about the simple materials that make your life possible. The air you breathe, the water you drink, the surface you rest upon. Nothing fancy, nothing complicated, just the basics that allow you to exist, to think, to rest. Gratitude for simple things. is a kind of wisdom. Breathe, and let us move on. The 77th fact. Parchment, made from animal skins, eventually replaced papyrus due to its durability. When papyrus became scarce or expensive, scribes turned to another material. Parchment, made from the skins of sheep, goats, or calves. The process was labor-intensive. The animal skin had to be cleaned, scraped, stretched, dried, and treated to remove all traces of hair and fat, to make it smooth enough to write on. The result was a material far more durable than papyrus. It could withstand moisture, folding, rough handling. It could be scraped clean and reused, creating what we call palimpsests. Manuscripts where the original text was scraped away and a new text written over it. But often, traces of the old text remain. Ghostly letters, visible beneath the newer writing. Parchment was expensive. A single large Bible might require the skins of 300 sheep, but it lasted. Some parchment manuscripts are over 1,000 years old and still readable. Tonight, you might think about your own durability, the ways you have been scraped clean by difficulty, and yet remained strong enough to carry new stories, new meanings. You are not unchanged by what you have been through, but you are still here, still capable of holding words, thoughts, feelings, still valuable. Breathe, and let us continue. The 78th fact. Ancient librarians were often scholars themselves, contributing original research. We have met some of them already. Callimachus, the poet and cataloger of Alexandria. Eratosthenes, who measured the earth's circumference. But there were countless others. Men and women whose names we no longer know, who spent their days among scrolls and tablets, but also spent their evenings thinking, writing, discovering. They did not see a separation between preserving knowledge and creating it. Both were part of the same calling: to understand, to share, to move humanity a little further along the path of knowing. A librarian in Baghdad might translate a Greek medical text, and while doing so, notice an error in the original, or think of a better explanation, and add their own commentary in the margins. A librarian in Timbuktu might catalog manuscripts on astronomy and be inspired to make their own observations of the stars. The library was not a static place. It was alive with thought, with the friction of old ideas meeting new minds. Tonight, you are both the librarian and the scholar, receiving what has been passed down to you. The lessons, the stories, the wisdom, but also adding your own. your own interpretations, your own questions, your own discoveries about who you are and what you need. No one can tell you exactly how to live. You must receive the knowledge and then make it your own. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 79th fact. Libraries served as meeting places for philosophers, scientists, and poets. Ancient libraries were not silent archives. They were gathering places. In Alexandria, scholars from different cities would meet in the library's gardens, debating under olive trees, sharing discoveries over simple meals. A mathematician from Athens might meet an astronomer from Babylon and realize that their work was connected, that the same principles governed both earthly measurements and celestial movements. A poet might overhear a philosopher and be inspired to write verses about the nature of time. A physician might learn from a botanist about a new plant with healing properties. These encounters were not accidental. The library created the conditions for connection. By bringing together people who might never otherwise have met. By providing a shared space where ideas could collide, blend, and transform. Tonight, your own mind is such a meeting place. Thoughts from different parts of your life come together. Memories from childhood meet worries about tomorrow. Dreams you once had meet the reality of where you are now. And sometimes, from these meetings, comes insight, understanding, peace. You do not need to force these meetings. You only need to provide the quiet space where they can happen naturally. And sleep is that space where your mind can wander and connect and discover without effort. Breathe, and let us continue. The 80th fact. The scent of old parchment and ink became associated with wisdom and contemplation. Finally, we return to the senses, to the smell of ancient libraries, the slightly musty scent of old parchment, the faint metallic tang of iron-based ink, the dry, earthy smell of clay tablets, the sweet aroma of cedar shelves. These scents became inseparable from the experience of learning. For a scholar in any age, walking into a library and breathing in that distinctive smell was like coming home. It signaled to their mind and body. This is a place of focus, of quiet, of thinking deeply. Even today, the smell of old books can trigger a sense of calm, of reverence, of connection to the long tradition of human curiosity. Tonight, notice the scents around you, whatever they are. The smell of your pillow, your sheets, your room. Let them become your own signals of safety, of rest, so that each night when you return to this place, your body knows before your mind does. This is where we rest. This is where we let go. This is home. Breathe in deeply. Whatever you smell, let it anchor you here, now. In this moment of peace, breathe out slowly and let yourself drift at last into the deep, welcoming darkness of sleep. The ancient libraries fade into silence. The scrolls, the tablets, the manuscripts, all rest. And you, part of their timeless story, can finally close your eyes and sleep. The 81st fact. Many ancient texts were illustrated with intricate diagrams and decorative borders. Knowledge was never meant to be cold or bare. Even the most technical manuscripts about mathematics or medicine or astronomy were adorned with beauty. A geometry text might show a perfect circle drawn in deep blue, with gold leaf marking the center point. The diagram was not just functional. It was art. A medical manuscript describing the human body might feature illuminated borders of vines and flowers, framing the text as if to say, even this difficult knowledge about pain and illness deserves to be held in beauty. Astronomical charts mapping the stars were often decorated with mythological figures. The constellations drawn as gods or animals or heroes, making the night sky not just a mathematical grid, but a story. These decorations served a purpose. They made the manuscripts precious, worth protecting. They made learning a pleasure, not just a duty. They reminded readers that truth and beauty are connected, that understanding the world is itself an act of creation. Tonight, let your own thoughts be adorned with gentleness. Even the difficult ones, even the worried ones, can be held in beauty. You do not need to solve them or fix them. You can simply notice them and surround them with kindness, with softness, with the knowledge that they too deserve care. Breathe, and let us continue. The 82nd fact. Libraries were sometimes open only to elites, but knowledge slowly spread to wider populations. In the beginning, libraries were exclusive. Only kings or priests or wealthy scholars had access. The common people could not enter, could not read the scrolls, could not participate in the debates. Knowledge was power, and power was guarded. But slowly, over centuries, this changed. As writing became more common, as more people learned to read, as paper became cheaper than parchment, libraries began to open their doors a little wider. First to students for middle-class families, then to anyone who wished to learn. Eventually, the idea emerged that knowledge should be free, that libraries should be public, open to all, regardless of wealth or status, because an educated population benefits everyone. This was a radical idea, and it took thousands of years to achieve. But today, because of that slow progress, you can walk into most libraries and read for free. Access what was once kept behind locked doors. Tonight, be grateful for what has been given to you by generations who fought to make knowledge accessible, who believed that everyone deserves the chance to learn, to grow, to wonder. You are the beneficiary of their struggle, and your rest tonight honors them, because rest is also something that should be accessible to all. Not a luxury, but a right. Breathe, and let us move on. The 83rd fact. The loss of ancient libraries reminds us how fragile human knowledge can be. This is, perhaps, the hardest lesson. That nothing is guaranteed. That even the greatest collections can be destroyed. By fire, by war, by neglect, by time. Alexandria burned. Constantinople was sacked. Timbuktu was threatened. Nineveh was buried. And with each loss, humanity lost something irreplaceable. Ideas we will never recover. Questions we will never answer. Perspectives we will never hear. It is tempting to despair at this fragility. To think, what is the point of building or preserving if it can all be lost? But the answer is that fragility makes it matter more, not less. Because something is temporary does not make it worthless. It makes it precious, worth protecting while we can, worth creating even if it will not last forever. Tonight, you are fragile too. Your energy, your health, your peace of mind can be lost if not cared for. But that fragility is not a flaw. It is what makes you human, and what makes tonight important. This rest will not last forever. Morning will come, and with it, new demands. But right now, you are protecting what is fragile. You are choosing to care. And that choice matters, even if it is temporary. Breathe, and let us continue. The 84th fact. Yet, each surviving manuscript is a miracle, proof that ideas can outlast empires. But there is hope, too. Because despite all the destruction, some manuscripts survived. Hidden, protected, copied, smuggled, preserved. Against all odds. A clay tablet from Nineveh that should have crumbled, but baked hard instead. A scroll from Alexandria that was copied in Constantinople and carried to Italy. A manuscript from Timbuktu that was buried in a metal trunk and dug up decades later. Each one a small victory. Against time, against violence, against forgetting. Each one proof that care matters. That when enough people decide something is worth saving, it can sometimes survive. The empires that built these libraries are gone. The kings who commissioned them are dust. The cities where they stood have changed beyond recognition. But the ideas, the words, the questions, still live. In museums, in universities, in digital archives. Available to anyone who seeks them. This is the power of the written word. It can outlast the hand that wrote it. It can speak across millennia. It can connect you tonight to a scribe in ancient Timbuktu, who also stayed up late, copying by lamplight, hoping their work would matter. And it does, because you are here receiving it, letting it comfort you. Tonight, what you create may also outlast you. Not in manuscripts, but in the kindness you show to yourself. In the example you set for others. In the small choice to rest when the world tells you to push. That choice ripples forward into tomorrow and beyond. Breathe and let us move forward. The 85th fact. Ancient libraries taught that knowledge belongs to everyone, transcending borders and time. This is the heart of the story. The reason why people across centuries and continents built libraries. Because they believed that knowledge is not property. It is gift to be received, studied, and passed on. A scholar in Greece wrote about geometry, and a scholar in India built upon it, and a scholar in Baghdad translated it, and a scholar in Europe learned from it. None of them ever met, but they were in conversation across space and time, each one contributing to a growing understanding that belonged to no one and to everyone. The libraries made this possible by preserving, by sharing, by refusing to hoard. They said, "This knowledge is not just for us. It is for whoever comes next, whoever needs it, whoever wonders." Tonight, you have received such a gift. This story, these facts, these quiet moments, they are not owned by anyone. They are offered freely, in the hope that they help you rest. And tomorrow, you may offer something to someone else. Not necessarily facts, but perhaps patience, or kindness, or simply the example of someone who rested and survived. Knowledge is not just information. It is the accumulated wisdom of how to live, how to be human, how to care for each other and for ourselves. And that wisdom belongs to all of us. Breathe, and let us continue. The 86th fact. Scholars traveled for months or years to access certain libraries. In the ancient world, travel was slow, dangerous, expensive. A journey from Athens to Alexandria might take weeks by sea. Subject to storms, pirates, unpredictable winds. A journey from Timbuktu to Cairo across the Sahara might take months. Through desert heat, sandstorms, scarce water. And yet, scholars made these journeys because they had heard that a certain library held a certain text that could not be found anywhere else. They left their homes, their families, their comfort, for the sake of learning. Some never returned, dying on the journey or choosing to stay in the new city to continue studying. This was devotion to knowledge, to curiosity, to the belief that understanding was worth any hardship. Tonight, you have not traveled across deserts or seas, but you have traveled through your day, through its challenges, its demands, its weariness, and you have arrived here at this moment of rest. That journey also deserves acknowledgement. You have worked hard to get here, and now you can stop. You can rest, knowing that the journey is over for today. Tomorrow is its own journey, but tonight you have arrived. Breathe, and let us move on. The 87th fact. Copying a single book could take weeks or months of painstaking labor. Let us return one more time to the scribes, to the quiet heroes of preservation. A scribe sits at their desk in the early morning, the light just beginning to filter through the window. Before them, a manuscript to be copied. They dip their pen into ink and begin, one letter at a time, one word, one line, one page. Hours pass. Their hand cramps. They pause, flex their fingers, and continue. Days pass. They reach the middle of the manuscript. Still so much to go. Weeks pass. Their eyes ache from focusing on tiny letters. They take breaks, walk outside, let their vision rest. Then return and continue. Months pass. Finally, the last page. The last line. The last word. They write their own name at the end, and the date, and a small note. Thanks be to God, this work is finished. The relief is immense, but also a kind of sadness, because they have lived with this text for so long. It has become a companion, and now it is complete, and they must begin again with something new. Tonight, you are completing your own day. It has been painstaking at times, long, tiring, But you have reached the end. And you can write your own note. This day is finished. I have done enough. And let it go. Breathe. And let us continue. The 88th fact. Errors in copying were carefully corrected by later scholars. No scribe was perfect. Sometimes, tired from hours of work, they would make mistakes. Skip a word. Misspell a name. Transpose letters. Write the wrong number. These errors could propagate. If someone copied the flawed copy, the error would spread. But ancient scholars knew this. And so, they checked. When multiple copies of the same text existed, they compared them line by line, looking for discrepancies. When they found a passage that differed between copies, they tried to determine which was correct. Sometimes, they added a note in the margin. Some versions say this, but others say that. This was not about punishment or blame. It was simply care. For accuracy. For truth. Tonight, you can extend the same care to yourself. If you made mistakes today, if you said something you wish you hadn't, if you forgot something important, you can acknowledge it without harshness. You can make a mental note. Tomorrow, I will try to remember. But tonight, you can let it rest. Errors are part of being human. They do not define you. They are simply places where you are still learning. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 89th fact. Libraries were lit by oil lamps and candles, creating a warm, flickering glow. Finally, we return to the fire, to the light. In ancient libraries, after sunset, when natural light faded, attendants would light oil lamps. Small clay vessels, filled with olive oil, with a wick floating on top. The flame was small, but steady. Dozens of these lamps, scattered throughout the reading rooms, would create a warm, golden glow. Shadows danced on the walls. The scrolls themselves seemed to glow in the lamplight. The atmosphere was intimate, almost sacred. Scholars, reading by that soft light, felt as if they were the only ones awake in a sleeping world, guardians of something precious. The smell of burning oil mingled with the smell of ink and parchment, creating a sensory memory that would last a lifetime. Tonight, you are also in a kind of lamplight. The day has faded. The harsh brightness is gone. You are left with a softer glow. The gentle light of consciousness winding down, preparing for sleep. Let that light be enough. You do not need brightness right now. You need dimness, warmth, the flicker of thoughts growing slower and quieter. until finally the lamp goes out, and you sink into the complete darkness of rest. Breathe, and let us continue. The 90th fact. The rustle of papyrus and parchment was the soundtrack of ancient study. Listen. If you were there in an ancient library, what would you hear? Not silence, but a gentle, constant rustling. The sound of papyrus scrolls being unrolled. The crackle of stiff parchment being turned. The scratch of pens on writing surfaces. The soft footsteps of sandals on stone floors. The occasional quiet cough or sigh. The murmur of voices reading aloud. These sounds created an atmosphere, not of perfect quiet, but of shared focus, of many minds all engaged in the same activity. Learning. The sounds were comforting, because they meant you were not alone. Others were here too, doing the same work, seeking the same understanding. Tonight, listen to the sounds around you. Perhaps the distant hum of traffic, the soft creak of your house settling, your own breath moving in and out. These sounds are your soundtrack, the gentle accompaniment to your rest. They do not need to be silent to be peaceful. They simply are part of the texture of this moment. Let them lull you, like the rustling of ancient pages, into deeper and deeper calm. Breathe, and as we approach the end of our journey, let yourself drift. The ancient libraries have shared their wisdom. The scholars have spoken across time, and you have listened with patience, with openness, with trust. And now you can rest, knowing that you are connected to something vast, something patient, something that has been here long before you and will continue long after. But tonight, in this moment, it holds you gently as the fire burns down to embers, as the last lamp flickers and dims, as the final page is turned, and sleep at last arrives. The 91st fact. Some manuscripts included recipes, proving that even everyday knowledge was worth preserving. Not every manuscript contained grand philosophy or complex mathematics. Some were beautifully ordinary. A recipe for making bread with barley flour and honey. Instructions for brewing beer from dates. How to preserve figs for the winter. How to treat leather to make it supple. How to mix plaster for repairing walls. These everyday skills were written down with the same care as any scholarly text, because the scribes understood that all knowledge matters, that knowing how to feed your family, how to maintain your home, how to live day to day, is just as valuable as understanding the stars. These recipes and instructions connect us to the daily lives of ancient people. We see that they worried about the same things. Will there be enough food? How do I take care of what I have? How do I make life a little easier, a little better? Tonight, honor your own everyday knowledge. The small skills you have learned over years of living. How to comfort yourself when you are sad. How to calm yourself when you are anxious. How to rest when you are tired. These are not trivial things. They are the recipes for survival, for a life lived with care. You do not need to do anything grand tonight. You only need to apply what you already know. That rest heals. That breath calms. That letting go brings peace. Breathe, and let us continue. The 90-second fact. Ancient astronomers used library texts to predict eclipses and track planets. High above the libraries, the night sky stretched out, filled with stars and planets moving in their ancient patterns. Astronomers would come to the library by day to study texts written by earlier astronomers. Records of observations made decades or centuries before. When did Mars appear brightest? How long between lunar eclipses? What patterns repeat over years, over lifetimes? They would take these old observations and combine them with their own, building a picture of celestial mechanics that allowed them to predict when the moon would darken in eclipse, when a planet would appear in a certain constellation, when the seasons would change. This knowledge was practical. Farmers needed to know when to plant. Sailors needed to navigate by the stars. Religious festivals were timed to celestial events. But it was also profound, because it showed that the universe follows patterns. That chaos is not absolute. That there is order waiting to be discovered. Tonight, you too are subject to patterns. The cycle of waking and sleeping. The rhythm of hunger and satisfaction. The ebb and flow of energy throughout the day. You cannot fight these patterns without cost, but you can align yourself with them. Like an ancient astronomer working with the movements of the heavens, you can work with your body's natural rhythms. And right now, your rhythm calls for sleep. Trust it. As astronomers trusted the predictable return of the stars. Breathe, and let us move on. The 93rd fact. Medical manuscripts saved lives by documenting herbal remedies and surgical techniques. In the medical sections of ancient libraries, you would find manuscripts that were quite literally life-saving. A physician facing a patient with a mysterious illness could consult texts written by healers who had seen it before. They would read descriptions of symptoms: fever, rash, swelling, pain, and find a name for the condition, and more importantly, a treatment. Prepare a tea from willow bark for pain and fever. Apply a poultice of crushed garlic to prevent infection. If the wound is deep, stitch it with thread boiled in wine. These instructions saved lives. They prevented needless suffering. They turned individual experience into collective wisdom. What one healer discovered through trial and error could benefit thousands of patients over centuries. The manuscripts were not perfect. Some treatments did not work. Some caused harm. But over time, physicians learned to test, to observe, to refine, building a body of medical knowledge that still forms the foundation of healing today. Tonight, you are your own physician, treating yourself with the remedy you need most: rest. You have diagnosed correctly. You are tired. Your body needs sleep. Your mind needs quiet. And so you prescribe for yourself. This time, this space, this stillness. It is the oldest medicine known since before libraries, before writing. Sleep heals. Let it work its ancient magic on you. Breathe. And let us continue. The 94th fact. Poetry and philosophy manuscripts reminded readers of beauty and meaning. Not all library texts were practical. Some existed purely for the soul. A poem about spring rain falling on new leaves. A philosophical dialogue about the nature of justice. A meditation on mortality and what it means to live well. These texts did not teach a skill. They did not solve a problem. They simply offered perspective, reminded the reader that life is more than survival, that there is beauty worth noticing, that there are questions worth asking, even if they have no final answer. A scholar, exhausted from days of technical study, might turn to a book of poems and find refreshment, not in learning something new, but in feeling something true. The poetry did not add to their knowledge, but it added to their humanity. It reminded them why knowledge matters, not for its own sake, but because it helps us live with more depth, more wonder, more compassion. Tonight, this story has been your poetry. It has not taught you complex skills. It has simply kept you company, reminded you of beauty, of connection across time, of the value of quiet, patient care. That is enough. More than enough. Breathe, and let us move forward. The 95th fact. Letters preserved in libraries, show us the personal lives of ancient people. Among the grand texts of philosophy and science were also simple letters from a merchant to his business partner in another city, from a mother to her son studying abroad, from a soldier to his wife back home. These letters were not meant to be important. They were just correspondence, everyday communication. But they were kept in libraries because someone realized that these ordinary voices mattered too. That history is not just the story of kings and wars, but also the story of people missing each other, worrying about money, hoping their children are eating well, complaining about the weather, sharing news of births and deaths and marriages. One letter from Roman Egypt reads, "I hope you are well. I worry about you. Please write soon." 2,000 years later, we read it and recognize the same feeling, the same human heart, reaching across distance, seeking connection. Tonight, you are also writing a letter, not on papyrus, but in the way you live this moment. You are saying to yourself, "I care about you. I want you to be well. I am giving you what you need right now," which is rest. That letter to yourself is worth preserving. In memory, in habit, in the way you treat yourself going forward. Breathe, and let us continue. The 96th fact. Ancient libraries prove that the desire to learn and preserve is universal across cultures. From Mesopotamia to Egypt to Greece to Rome. From China to India to Persia to West Africa. Across continents, across centuries, across cultures. Humans built libraries. They may have looked different. Clay tablets, papyrus scrolls, parchment codices, bamboo strips. They may have been organized differently. By subject, by author, by sacred importance. They may have served different purposes. Religious, scientific, governmental, educational. But the impulse was the same. To gather knowledge. To preserve it. To share it. Because humans everywhere are curious. Everywhere ask questions. Everywhere want to understand. This is not a trait of one culture or one people. It is a human trait. Universal. Timeless. It connects you tonight to every person who ever lived. Who ever wondered why. Who ever sought to know. You are part of that great human family. The family of the curious, the seekers, the learners. And tonight, you honor that lineage by resting so you can wake and wonder again tomorrow. Breathe, and let us move on. The 97th fact. Every manuscript represents countless hours of human thought, care, and devotion. Behind every text, in every ancient library, were people. The original author, sitting somewhere, thinking, writing, trying to express what they understood, or imagined, or believed. The first scribe, who copied it, letter by letter, preserving it beyond the author's lifetime. The librarian, who cataloged it, deciding where it belonged in the great collection. The scholars, who read it, debated it, added notes in the margins. The conservators, who repaired it when it began to deteriorate. The families, who protected it through wars and upheavals. The translators, who carried it across language barriers. Each manuscript is the work of many hands, many minds, many hearts, all saying, "This matters. This deserves to continue. This should not be lost." Tonight, you are your own manuscript, the product of countless hours of living, of learning, of choosing, of growing. Every experience you have had has added a line to your story. Every person you have known has contributed something. You are a living collection of wisdom and memory, worth preserving, worth caring for, worth protecting from the wear of too much demand. Tonight, you honor all that you are by giving yourself what you need. Rest, breathe, and let us continue. The 98th fact. The greatest tragedy is not the loss of buildings, but the loss of irreplaceable ideas. When we mourn the burning of Alexandria, we do not mourn the stone walls or the wooden shelves. Those could be rebuilt. We mourn the texts that existed nowhere else, the plays that will never be performed, the poems that will never be read, the scientific theories that might have advanced human understanding by centuries, the questions that were asked and answered and then lost, so we must ask them all over again. Ideas are fragile, more fragile than buildings, more fragile than stone. They exist only in minds and on pages. And when both are destroyed, the idea vanishes, as if it never existed. This is why preservation matters so much. Why people risk their lives to save manuscripts. Why librarians work in secret to protect collections. Because once an idea is lost, it cannot be rebuilt. It can only be rediscovered. If we are lucky, tonight, protect the ideas inside you. Your dreams, your hopes, your understanding of what matters. Do not let exhaustion burn them away. Do not let despair bury them. Rest so they survive, so they can guide you tomorrow and the days after. Breathe, and let us move toward the end. The 99th fact. Yet even today, new manuscripts are being discovered digitized, and shared. But there is hope. Always, there is hope. Because the work of discovery continues. In a remote monastery in Ethiopia, researchers find a cache of manuscripts hidden for centuries. In a private home in Timbuktu, a family reveals texts their ancestors protected. In the ruins of Herculaneum, scientists use new technology to read carbonized scrolls that have never been opened. Each discovery adds to our understanding. Each manuscript recovered is a small victory against forgetting. And now, these texts are being digitized, photographed in high resolution, stored on servers in multiple locations, made available online for anyone, anywhere, to study. The knowledge that was once locked in a single place is now distributed across the world, safer than it has ever been, more accessible than ever before. The ancient dream of gathering all knowledge in one place has transformed into something better. Sharing all knowledge with all people. Tonight, you benefit from that sharing. This story, these facts, this comfort comes to you across time and space. A gift from the past, delivered in the present. And tomorrow, you will wake refreshed, ready to discover what new thing the day brings, what new idea might spark, what new connection might form. The work of learning and living continues. But for tonight, it pauses, breathe, and let us arrive at the final fact. The 100th fact. And so, the ancient conversation continues, across oceans, across centuries, inviting us all to listen, learn, and rest in wonder. This is where we end, and where we begin again. The libraries of Alexandria, of Nineveh, of Constantinople, of Timbuktu may be gone or diminished, but the conversation they started has never stopped. It flows through time like a great river, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden underground, but always moving forward, carrying the voices of everyone, whoever asked why, whoever wrote down what they learned, whoever said, "Here, let me show you what I discovered." Tonight, you joined that conversation, not by speaking, but by listening, by opening yourself to the voices of the past, by letting them comfort you, guide you toward rest. And tomorrow, you will add your own voice, not in a manuscript, but in the way you live, in the kindness you show, in the choices you make, in the small act of continuing despite difficulty. The conversation is not complete. It never will be. There will always be new questions, new discoveries, new perspectives. But that is not a burden. It is a gift, an invitation to wonder, to learn, to rest when you need to, and to wake ready for more. Tonight, the ancient scribes rest their pens. The librarians close the doors. The oil lamps are extinguished. The fire has burned down to nothing but warm ash. And you, part of this timeless story, can finally let go completely, knowing that you are held by centuries of human care, by the patience of those who preserved what mattered, by the wisdom that says, rest is sacred, sleep is necessary, and you are worthy of both. The 100 facts are complete. The journey through ancient libraries is finished. But the peace they brought remains. Breathe in one last time, deeply. Breathe out everything you carried today. And let yourself drift into the deep, quiet, welcoming darkness of sleep, where dreams and rest await, and where morning will find you restored, ready, whole. Good night. If this peaceful journey through nature's wonders helped you drift into deep, restful sleep, thank you for joining me tonight. If you love these serene American Serenity videos, hit that subscribe button and the bell so we can unwind together every week. Sweet dreams. See you in the next calm moment.